existing journalistic model into the one that it will be about and in relation with storytelling. So it was 2010. Britain was still in EU, in European Union. I attended a conference. I'm not going to say the name of the university, not to be considered as an advertisement. And it was just the size of this one. If you ask me which was among the best conference that you have attended, I would say that one, as well as Deutsche Welle Global Media Forum, the other one. But it happened to be, for me, and it stood out because I realized that we have actually to move away from huge, big conferences that you have to run from one
great with everyone here. As we have seen, you are from you have different culture backgrounds. So this is why we are here to build the connections with you. This is our the aim of our journal, Global Media and China. Be open, be flexible, and to all.
同时呢，我们呢，在整个的这个学术期刊的发展的角度来看呢，我们也做了一个相关的一个统计，就是近10年来中国的学术期刊的发表呢，实际上呢，最主要的关键词可能更多的集中在这个新媒体和媒体融合的角度，比方说媒体融合啊、新媒体啊、大数据啊，这个是我们10年研究的非常关键的热点的问题。
And recently, the CUC did a survey research about the key topics published in the journals, in the international journals that related to studies on China. One of the keywords are media convergence, global communication, and new media. And we hope, yes, we can use these keywords of the future research trends.
实际上呢，这也是我们中国传媒大学或者中国的新闻传播的教育学界呢，实际上呢，更多的聚焦的这2点吧。一个是就刚才讲的，一个是国际传播能力的提升，一个是媒体融合的深度的发展。我们也是期望基于这2点，然后呢，能和大家有更多的沟通和合作，然后在这个基础上来建设有中国的特点的新闻传播学科。
Okay, so our CUC will further continue to work along the road on the media and communication studies, especially from the one global communication as this conference, and another is media convergence, which is a very quite Chinese characteristics studies in the media communication studies. So we hope our CUC could contribute more to this, not only this conference. This conference is a starting point. We hope we can work more in the future to every one of you here.
也希望借助这个 Global Media and China 这个平台，我们有更多的交流和合作。希望各位有机会到传媒大学，谢谢。
We also welcome every one of you to come to Beijing to Communication University of China. Maybe next year we can co-organize the conference in Beijing. Yeah, and we welcome you here and to know more about the CUC, about our journal, Global Media in China. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Okay, as a Swiss watch, actually, despite the negative stereotypes of Greeks being late, we are we are on time to start actually the first session, and I would like actually to invite the moderator Aphrodite Salas, professor at Concordia University, but just to give you some practical tips before passing the floor to the moderator. This is the main room. There's going to be for the other session that there's going to be parallel sessions. The wonderful team that actually made through this event will help you in order to find the hall. It is at the same floor, okay? At 11 a.m. we have a coffee break as well. And around 2 Athens time, we will have kind of a light lunch and a coffee break, and then we will continue. So, Aphrodite, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Nikos. My name is Aphrodite Salas. As Nikos mentioned, I'm from Concordia University in Montreal, Associate Professor of Journalism, Montreal, Canada. The way we'll have, yes? Aphrodite, yes. So we'll have 4 speakers for the first session, each one approximately 15 minutes. Will we have everyone sit at the front Is that, will the speakers?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so I'll call each speaker up. Anthony Fung, who will be presenting TikTok, Douyin, and Fandom Networked Labor.
Anthony, yes, sit here.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Chin Dong Kim, who will present Changing Models of Global Communications. Nikos Panayotou, New Global Media Consumption Models, Reaching New Audiences, and Christoph Schmidt, exploring the impact of constructive journalism, understanding relationships and potential, a quantitative analysis among international media experts. So we'll begin with Professor Anthony Fung.
Thank you.
Λεωνίδα, βάλε λίγο να φαίνεται, δεν φαίνεται να το βγάλουμε στην οθόνη.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
Okay.
Okay, I see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0.
Not safe.
Okay, and then let me this one. Yeah.
Λεωνίδα, δεν το βλέπουμε όμως στο τέτοιο.
No, it's
Αυτό το μεταλλικό.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
How to show it up?
You'll see. Just give
Oh,
me
I see.
a couple from there. Just wait. Give another minute and you're right.
Okay. Thank you. So I have to press the button. So are you going to show the PowerPoint on the screen?
Okay, it's on.
Oh yeah, good. Thank you. Wow, that is a bit high tech. Okay.
Also keep seeing you.
Oh, good. Okay. Maybe I know we don't have enough time, so maybe I try to like speak a bit shorter. Actually, Shin and I talk. I know that we are actually come far away. And then we don't want to be have like just a presentation. We want people to be engaged. So we try to speak a little bit shorter so that we can leave some time for discussion and questions. So this is my research. I've been doing research with well, not just on doing research on TikTok. In fact, in China I have a research center. I'm actually working with the TikTok's mother company. So I do research with them, and then I've been doing a lot of research on fandom. Fandom is a quite a big area in cultural studies, and so I've been always like doing like fandom in different parts of Asia, including Korea as well. So let's see. Okay, so let's talk about some background information. In fact, there's a lot of research on idolization, fandom formation in the field of cultural studies. And like those like core peoples are like Jonathan Gray from Madison, Wisconsin. So I'm working with who is also the chief editor of International Journal of Cultural Studies, and so the different kind of like fandom formation, like discover in different parts of the world, always inform us that audience, there's the participants are very important. They actually engage in different kinds of activities and also like have some kind of, we call it affect formation
in this day. So the concept of art is important. However, I want to address a new phenomenon. In fact, like in a particular like different corners in the world, like say Indonesia or now the case in China, there is a kind of like crackdown on idolization. There is the media, the government doesn't want that the kind of idol formation, the kind of fandom activities to be so prominent on media and in all those social media information. So that's why the government has different kinds of policy to try to stop the kind of phenomenon that they don't want you to be like so much into idols, and then of course they want them to study and work hard, something like that. And also during the COVID, probably you can see the COVID in the word here. The COVID is important. During COVID, a lot of artists, idols do not travel. I'm a good K-pop fans, but a lot of during the COVID, none of the Korean idols were allowed to travel to China for performance, public concerts. Even nowadays, it's still not open to K-pop. So sorry about that. I haven't seen K-pop for a long time. So like imagine that like in China, in a state whether first of all internally they try to stop this kind of fandom formation. Second, there is no more like import, like say cultural products from Korea and also from Japan as well. So how could fans continue to develop their networks? So of course there are also censorship problems. So whenever like there's a animation from Japan or some Korean movies, that there's censorship on the media, like nowadays on this kind of online media as well. However, I want to address important phenomenon here. Because of the rise of social media, in particular, say not just from WeChat and this kind of like social media sites, but also on TikTok. I know everybody knows TikTok, right? In China, we call it Douyin, which is the equivalent of TikTok in the world. This kind of social media is able to crystallize the fans, and the fans could do something really creative on social media to continue this kind of idolization and fandom formation. So my research is something like that. Given the kind of like tightening stand on the state on idol activities, how would fandom evolve under the context of China? So in fact, nowadays we cannot see any of the idol activities, fandom formation on public media. It says not on newspaper, not on television. So it's no more journalism on that. But particularly like with the social medias, like the fans actually crystallize and then they evolve, and then there's some kind of like fandom formation there. Okay, can I? You can like edit. Okay.
You want to slide down the slide.
Okay. Let me still talk. Okay. I guess there are two phenomena here. The first phenomenon is that there's kind of idols like in the past still like very active online. Say for example the Korean idols. Let's talk about Korean idols. They are still very active on social media. So the fans still engage with them, even though they cannot like come to China. So it's the same for this kind of like Japanese idol in China and other idols in different parts of the world. Reason is simple. China market is big, right? China market is really big. So that the idols actually want to engage with the Chinese fans so that they can still make a lot of money. Say, for example, they can download the Korean music in China. Okay. Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah. Okay. And the second, anyway, I continue to talk. The second point. The second point is now, if think about that, this idol. The idol is always remote from me. I'm a fan. So what can I do? So I cannot see the idol personally, face to face these days. So the second part. Um, then how could I continue to engage them? Only thing is that I could engage, like in the past I could buy the ticket, concert ticket of this idol, but now he cannot come for concert. I can only buy something called fan. I call it fan object. That is, I buy like CDs, some souvenirs from the idols. But that cannot last long, right? Because I'm very remote from the idol as a fan. So I would think that there will be new changes observed during the kind of studies. First, in the past, the kind of relationship between fans and idol is more or less a kind of direct relationship. But now, in fact, when the idols are away, I could only buy the product, that is the fan objects. So in fact, the relationship between idol and fans become a kind of fan object relations. And second, um, um, now since I cannot consume the idol or see the idol face to face, then the product that I purchase in China is important. So let me show you a model that I actually am proposing. The left side is the old model. That is like fandom engage with the idol, mainly by like it's a direct engagement. They say, for example, is I go to concert, buy the CD. The fan object is secondary in the past. That is, I like the idol, so I buy the product, right? So say nowadays Blackpink is so important. So I buy this, like I download a song of Blackpink and I buy a lot of souvenir of Blackpink. That was the old model. However, now when the idol is really away, there's the idol become a circle with the not a real circle. There is idol is really far away. It's more like a virtual thing for the fans. So what is more important? The important is that they through some kind of social media, say especially on TikTok, there are some important fans. They carry information about the idols. What do? They actually make some products. Say I call it fan objects. Say for example, they make some souvenir of Xindong, okay, I say kind of thing, and then make some T-shirts for them, and then what fan can only do is to associate with the idol by buying the object, the fan objects. The fan object actually become the most important things for the fandom formation. And the idol actually fades away, like because the idol is always far away. So this kind of like change of formation of fandom actually reminds us important things. Fandom is not just about fans like an idol and follow an idol. Fandom is a kind of like social gathering, online activities, community formation from fans. So in fact, social media actually say the kind of social media that I investigate is TikTok plays a really important role in actually managing this kind of new formation, new culture formation in China. That is, in the past, TikTok would be seen as a kind of very individual activities. Somebody want to sell something, or anyone to be a micro celebrity, influencer. But now, for this kind of collective formation, social media actually become more important. So actually, what I've been doing with my PhD student is that actually we have been doing a lot of interviews on actually we do it on social media, but we identify those people on TikTok actually who actually sell their idols. So in fact, the interesting phenomenon is that in the past, idol is real, but now idol is more virtual, symbolic. What's more important is the relationship among fans. So idol become a kind of bridge, virtual bridge, that actually engage with the kind of like new formation, popular culture formation in China. So that would become a very important phenomenon, because what the idol actually says, the actual thing is not important, but what the fans perceive about this idol is important. Say if some idol like Blackpink or say something which talks about justice, democracy, or any other things in the world, they the fans could actually perceive it, and then interpret it in their own way and discuss it on social media. So that will have more long-term influence to the youth culture in China. So the kind of reliance on social media, especially TikTok, has an important role. So TikTok is not only just a platform for somebody to talk about the idols. The kind of platformization phenomenon, it becomes a kind of networking activity for fans, and it's a kind of social mediated idolatry. That means the idol is not far away, it's not important, but the formation of the community is important. So it's a kind of shift, like shifting from idols to fan objects. This the fan objects more than what they talk about every day is fan objects, not the idols. And it becomes a kind of imaginary attachment to the idol and to the social relationship involved. Um, Maybe I stop right now. Then it's a bit chaotic, but I suppose you can see the PowerPoint. And then we need some time for discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think what we'll do is we'll have the four presenters for their 15-minute presentation each, and then we'll allow for some Q&A at the end. Next up, we'll have Dr. Shin Dong Kim on changing models of global communication.
Leonidas, can you help?
The slide is not coming up. My my topic for today is about global communication. Yeah. While I was preparing for this conference, I began giving a bit of thinking to the topic of global communication or global media. That's also one of the reasons why I wanted to do this conference. Let me just throw a simple question to everyone in the room. What is global communication? How would you define what is global communication? We're using global media and global communication so easily and basically everywhere. But then I began thinking that when the media finally became truly global, then the study of global communication disappeared. So what is global communication? It's if you go to the biggest international conference in our field, which is International Communication Association's conference, they've been changing the name for the study of global communication, starting from like international communication decades ago. Now that division disappeared, and it changed its name to global communication and social change or something. At the beginning, the global communication in 1970s, 80s was so closely related to the notion of development communication or even intercultural communication, almost like identical at some point. But now, of course, intercultural communication has developed its own pathway. So it's a bit overlapping, but really diverged. And scholars who are coming to different divisions are not that much overlapping anymore, you know. And development communication once was gathering a lot of attention, practically and academically in the 1960s, 70s, even up to 80s. If you are visiting like underdeveloped countries today, they still have development communication curriculum and research, but this is also almost disappeared from the mainstream communication research. So I've been thinking about what is global communication that we are talking now. Everything has become global, so everything is global communication. In such a limited time, I was thinking to bring our attention to some of the critical moments in the development and transformations of global communication, starting from international communication. Even the notion of international communication was never really, clear in a sense. But so this could be an ambiguous question and area after the decline of international communication as a domain of study for many decades. Anybody can tell, when the international communication has become a, topic of study or a topic area of study seriously? I can tell, as far as I can think of, starting from the Cold War period, after the Second World War, I think something that we may call like international communication really started. Of course, we can trace even further back to the days of international news agencies, like the starting of Abbas or AP, UPA, Reuters, AFP, this kind of news producers at the international scale. We can tell that probably was the beginning of the international communication at the professional level. But I thought it's not really, they did the news production and news sales at international level or, cross-border level. But something that we may call as international communication phenomenon really started, far later, and especially at the beginning of, from the beginning of the Cold War, system. So assuming that everybody knows what Cold War is, interestingly, the international communication, meaning that the communication between the nations, among the nations, but then Cold War meaning is a huge blockade between the U.S. lead, like capitalist system, and then USSR lead socialist system, and there was virtually no communication between them. So I thought the transformation of the international communication to global communication was a bit a significant turning point for the nature of the international communication and the nature of the communication phenomena that we name today as global communication. Today we gathered, at the conference for that purpose. Let me just, since we don't have much time, just pointing out that this passage, I took it from the seminal book by Walter Lippmann, written like 100 years ago, the classic Public Opinion. In the book, he's pointing out that we are virtually living in a world out of our own pictures in our heads. And the pictures in our heads are created by the news and information. So just right before the First World War happened, there was a small island in the Atlantic Sea, And in that island, a group of Germans, a group of French people, a group of British people lived together. The island is connected from the mainland by a small postal ship, boat. Every something like, the steamer, mail steamer comes once in 60 days. Only 60 days they get to know what is happening in Europe. So there's like a 60-day gap from what has happened in Europe and, the news is delivered to this isolated group of people. So actually, these people from different countries were living in harmony, in good friendship for those 60 days after the war broke out. So later they found out, wow, we are enemies. We're killing each other for the last 60 days. But we've been friends for the 60 days, no problem, right? So it means that we are responding to the information given to us, not the real, realistic happenings out there. So pictures in our heads ever since that Walter Whitman threw it to us has become a very interesting picture. I mean, so we are living in the pictures in our heads that the global society that we are responding to is actually the pictures that we have created in our heads through global media, right? And one other notion, community, in the age of international communication, crossing the national borders was the most peculiar aspect due to the high cost of analog communication methods. Shipping the newspapers, magazines, books to other countries took money and time. So in a way, not only those people isolated in the islands in Atlantic Ocean actually had to leave in some kind of time gap, because the delivery of the analog news to us was always creating some kind of time gap. So the world that we responded was always a bit one step, two step, or even further later, to what was happening. I wanted to bring out here is especially from the public opinion story, simultaneous consumption of news is a prerequisite for a community, having one community. When this is not possible, you are not a meaningful part of the community. In a way, you are excommunicated. And it didn't matter, because you are not the part of the community. It's something like the American people are voting for their presidents, and then Donald Trump is there, and then somebody else is there, and then you're voting. But then news about the voting is not reaching you even on the day of the voting. Then what's going to be happening? Can you tell that you are living in a meaningful community? Of course not. You cannot handle or election in that kind of limited situation. So making one community, meaning that we are sharing the information simultaneously. If you're not living in the same community, it doesn't matter. Of course, I wouldn't vote for Donald Trump or whoever else, anyway. So crossing the border was also a big challenge because the border was not simply a physical distance, but high wars of ideological confrontation during the Cold War situation, totally segregated. But interesting thing is, during that, let me just skip some of the slides. Something we may call as a Cold War internationalism or even Cold War cosmopolitanism happened during the Cold War period. Why? Because one side of the world is living, as friends, and the other side of the world was living as enemies. The whole world is divided by, enemy camp and then friend camp. And within the friends camp, there was a idea of like a comradeship, brotherhood, were highly developed, not naturally, not automatically, but with a very active intervention of propaganda communication. So all this like a propaganda communication toward the people in our camps highly intensified through 1960s, 70s, 80s, with very active role of the USIS and US government, for example. USIS actively created like Asia's like a freedom network for movies or something like that, So interesting thing is that the Cold War cosmopolitanism or Cold War internationalism was the kind of platform for proliferating the international interactions and communication within camp. But outside of the camp, the adversary was very, very strong and deeply rooted, And this period is also overlapping with the idea of development and modernization. Development theories really dominated the idea of international communication at the same time period, roughly from about 60s to 70s or even early 80s. And when the development theories and modernization theories got invited a lot of criticism, then we called NWICO movement in international communication, which is a new world information and communication order. It was kind of a rebut from the third world, or the non-aligned communities against the U.S. dominant system. There were like countries that didn't really want to take either side of the camp, and they formed a non-aligned group, in the 60s. And this non-aligned group of countries made a meaningful contribution to the initiatives of NWEO, meaning a New World Economic Order and New World Information and Communication Order movements, although both were ended no more than a symbolic struggles against the Cold War system. The main point of these two movements was against the heavy dominance of the U.S. order. The issue of unbalanced information flow was taken by the UNESCO in the 1980s, early 1980s, and it promoted international concern, which called for a better and balanced information flow among nations. But the question was how? The world information was dominated by AP, AFP, Reuters. And in the socialist bloc, it was just the TASS and Xinhua, news agency. And no one else could actually produce any meaningful output to the global communication scene. So the raising the question of unbalanced news production and circulation was good, but then how can we come up with the alternative? Practically, there was no alternative. So we are still living in a heavy dominance of few news producers in the world. But then there was a meaningful breakthrough, NWICO was a meaningful movement in terms of bringing the issue of unbalanced information production and circulation globally. But that was also the ending of the movement, raising the question but without answer. But the question survives. The question is still kind of meaningful because we are still living in the very much unbalanced information environment. And then about the same time, there was a very strong antithesis, which is cultural imperialism thesis, led by Herbert Schiller, but many others quickly joined the camp of cultural imperialism thesis throughout 1980s. But 1990s, we also see, it started in 1960s, and 70s, 80s were high time for the cultural imperialism thesis. But in 1990s, the thesis quickly lost its influence. And what happened in 1990s? I think in 1990s, actually toward the end of 1980s, we saw the collapse, the final collapse of the Cold War system. In 1989, the Berlin Wall collapsed. In 1991, the Soviet collapsed. You know? So this really brought a new era, like turning point in international communication. I mean, the Cold War system collapsed finally, and then there's no like a barrier, no limitation anymore. You know, the information could get across the borderlines. For example, South Korea went into a diplomatic normalization with China. You know, after like 50 years of adversarial relationship. I mean, if I try to go to China in my youth, you know, before normalization, either I would be a spy, or or a smuggler or something, you know. So it's totally impossible. We never even dreamed to visit China in my own life. But years after, I was teaching in China. So it's a dramatic turn. So 1989 to 1991, this was really a turning point, which produced a huge influence in the formation of global communication. So by that time, we began using like global communication instead of international communication. So international communication, as the word itself is telling us, between nations, national, right? So this was more like a communication among nations or nation-based institutions or authorities. Whereas in the global communication era, the main subject or agents of communication initiating crossing the border was not necessarily the sort of nationality background institutions or individuals. So I think this became the historical moment for the closing of the traditional international communication, in which the computational propaganda communication finds no more need. With the tide of globalization, the subjects and agents of communication on global scale exploded. Everyone is now the actor of global communication with no barrier. But there is one other critical factor which actually made this possible, which is the rise of the digital communication infrastructure, the web, So every one of us in this room, for example, using your own social media, you're communicating toward the world. It's an unknown world. Since about 1990s, the world began experiencing the coming of digital age. Personal computers replaced typewriters and calculators. People began sending mails electronically with wonder. Websites delivered information, advertisement, and entertainment. The infinite black hole of internet sucked everything into its unhindered possibility. So I see some of the seasoned, colleagues here in this room who probably never, who probably have the actual experience of writing letters in hand, But the young friends here in this room, probably this is like ancient practice, never happened in their own lives. So in one room, same colleagues, but we actually share a drastically different experience of global communication. So this was something I wanted to bring onto your attention. I have no answer what is global communication or should be, but authorities or cross-border traders are no more monopolizing the communication on international or global level. Everyone's connected and can be part of every type of communication. Everybody knows about that. But the global communication or information is still largely produced by major players. Entertainments are also distributed by the global platforms like Netflix or Disney Plus, which will be my topic tomorrow of teaching. However, there are many meaningful changes over the last century. The task of global communication and research on it needs to be discussed and analyzed constantly for the purpose of bringing them to the continuous development of global community. Now, what's the value and aim of global communication at the end of the day? Where eventually no one kills anyone in the name of national interest, in the name of God. Humans created global communities, which unfortunately ended up killing each other in the same name of God. Global communities of the 21st century do not invite God, but in the name of humanity, they work to create a community through global communication that never existed before. So I call your attention for the purpose, the values, and even direction of global communication today. What is the value? What is the direction that we foster for the development of global communication, both in practice and theoretical endeavor? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shindan Kim, for walking us through the evolution of global communication in your presentation. Next up, Professor Nikolaos Panagiotou, who will speak to us on new global media consumption models, reaching new audiences.
You can, no? Okay, here I go again. But this time I will, my topic is related with new global media consumption partners, and more specifically, I take a look and I emphasize on two aspects. One aspect, it is actually the one related with what are the approaches that are being adopted from global media in while they reach an international audience. And the second aspect, it is actually how and we should approach the existing and the new audience. More specifically, I'm sorry, more specifically, okay. Okay. Θα το ελέγξεις εσύ. Εντάξει, έξω, το αλλάζω από εδώ. Εντάξει, okay. Ας το, δεν πειράζει, θα το κάνω εγώ. Εντάξει, okay, yes. So, thank you. So, the questions that I will examine more specifically are the following. The first one, it is actually how the global reach enables new media to increase their influence, but the dilemmas actually that they face is actually how to cater information needs of a diverse audience. Because in contrast of our national media, global media has to address a different kind of audience that comes from a different cultural backgrounds and with different demands. So most of the discussion, and there is a lot of pressure, let's say, in order to actually find a new audience. But I argued that there, at this point, there is an inconsistency. Because at the same time, we have actually to include in our discussion the following approach. Firstly, how we define our audience. we tend to define it in a very traditional approach, consider it as a unified one, and thus, through adopting a quantitative approach. That's why I suggest that we have to move beyond that and actually to discuss and say who is our audience, how do we define our audience, what are the characteristics. Secondly, how do we measure and analyze their trends? What are the tools that we tend to adopt in order to be able to give us a better understanding, a clear view, as well as to help us adopt the relevant media strategies. And the third one, it is how to include not only the new audience, but the existing one. In the search of new audience, I think that we miss a very crucial part, which is the following, the existing one. The ones that they have been there and the ones that actually can consist our basis in order to develop further. So, how do we define our audience? We tend to adopt the following, let's say, categories and metrics. We tend to define it by age. We tend to define it actually by interests. We tend to define it by gender, or actually, what I suggest that we should add in our definition, what are the platforms that they use? What are the current trends that it will help us analyze these global media trends and equally to discuss about the global media models. So, based on existing researches, what we have to be sure that there's no slowdown for digital, or to put it in another word, sky's the limit. So we tend actually in 2020, the average 2023 it is here. I'm sorry. The average consumer spent 500 minutes a day on digital media. The second, this means that 8 hours and 10 minutes every single day, actually basically a third of their life. In 2020, the statistic was 470 minutes. I lost it. I'll leave it behind. So here you can actually see how the digital media consumption goes from 2011 and actually in 2023 and plus the prediction for 2024. As you can see, we have almost reached more than a double of the percentage that they go on digital. What is the daily social media usage worldwide? I used actually the statistics of a breakup of millennials and Generation Z. These intergenerational statistics are very important in actually that they will give us a pattern of today, but as well as of tomorrow. So we will see that millennials spend on average 2 hours actually, while Generation Z are actually have the highest use of social media. So the second trend that it is equally important. The second trend it is that mobile actually rules everything. So this means that most of the media consumption, content consumption comes through mobile media devices. Here it is a very important element actually to have in mind that by 2024, smartphones will account for 35% of all media consumption, with the majority of the consumption and the time spent on smartphones generally taking place on apps mostly. As tech continues to push new boundaries in digital transforming, the consumer experience and consumption of news content will totally move in mobile devices. Here, through a research that I have done, I have seen that in most major global media outlets, the emphasis given to their mobile platforms lag behind the emphasis that they give on their website, because they tend actually to consider that most of our users will be directed to their web page. This is a major thing that I consider that they're doing a mistake. What another important element is that most of the audience is still social, meaning actually that most of the audience tend and they consume a lot of content and especially visual content through social media apps. This has a twinfold meaning. One meaning it is that social media should be used as a bridge, as a platform that it will take you somewhere else. But most importantly, we should consider social media apps as a native consumption platform, meaning that who consumes content in social media might also stay in social media and not move somewhere else. This is a major shift that we have seen taking place in the last 4 years. Before 2018, we used to consider social media as the bridge, as the main platform that it will lead the audience in our web page, etc. But now, there is a major shift that says that this audience tends to stay in the social media platform. So what are the critical challenges? And I think that we need actually to address them. The first major critical challenge, it is actually news avoidance. I consider that based on the approaches that we tend to adopt, we consider us given the audience, that the audience is there and they will consume news, which is not given. We have actually to critically go through and understand that a growing pattern and a growing element is news avoidance, which means that we should not consider our audience as given, but on the contrary, we should actually invest more time in order to address this issue. Because addressing this issue, as you can see from the digital news report from Reuters, it is totally related with the journalistic product that we offer to the audience. We should not see it as a technical issue, as a bystanding issue. I consider it that it is more than important to go through and analyze and understand why the audience that we used to consider as given, they tend to avoid news. If we address this question, it will equally help us to understand actually the new media models that we should employ. So 53% of the voters, they change channels when news comes on. 52% limit to certain times of day, especially turning off notifications. While 32%, they consider that they tend to avoid topics that they bring or they increase their anxiety. And more specifically, we come across a news fatigue, which is related actually to the news agenda. More specifically, 36% of the sample actually interrogated in the states where the digital news report has taken place, they said that they avoid news because of the news content. So this means that we have to change the journalistic model. In order, though, to address it in a global scale, global as well as news media channels should leave behind a dominant trend which is actually emphasizing the negative aspect of news. Because the emphasis on negative aspect, it continues to portray our world as more chaotic and more dangerous. Because this used to be the trend in journalistic model that it has been considered as the one that it sells more, but not anymore. This is a major finding. I think that we should be alert. What are the main elements of news avoidance? that it promotes polarization and bias. Individual then tends to avoid actually general news channel and tend to emphasize or to get stuck into their own community by avoiding to be exposed in alternative truth. Actually, we can address it, and especially how global media should adopt a different, let's say, model. Firstly, by changing the existing one. Leave behind what we used, leave behind the famous phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. This is not the case anymore. Secondly, news personalization in order to be able to reach global audience. I tend to avoid something that it does not relate with me or it is too far away from me. What it is required actually is to personalize news in order actually to gain this lost interest. In order though to be able to address these major concerns, what I think that it is more than important, it is actually to change the way that we approach, analyze, and understand our audience. More specifically, so, what are the traditional news media metrics? Audience reachment, time spent, actually things that have been represented, and as well as actually click-through rates, how many clicks we got, etc. This tends to be quite traditional, even us actually. I'm sorry that the Google transformation of their metrics highlights. So I will use here two case studies that I started for this research actually, and I think that highlights the necessity to change the existing model. So, Guardian metrics, that they call it for newsroom decision making. They follow the following path. Firstly, attention metrics. How much attention is being given by the audience in our journalistic work. Secondly, membership metrics, because the members are a different category from someone that can just visit my website. We have actually to adopt a different approach, which is loyal, non-loyal, etc. Thirdly, audience loyalty metrics, in order actually to understand how we can gain more loyal. Editorial analytics, and most importantly, live metrics. Editorial analytics, in order to help the editorial team adjust the content, not making it more commercial, which is a change with the old approach, but actually making it more appealing. The second case study is the New York Times implementation of engagement. They tend, as well as to analyze the subscription engagement, following what Guardian does as well. Secondly, the attention metrics, which is a similar metric adopted also together with Guardian. But what it is diversifies New York Times, it is actually the social media metrics, as well as the newsletter engagement and real-time analytics. Real-time analytics, it is related with how we are performing, etc. Newsletter engagement, it is related actually with the following fact that we try to analyze and understand what is the importance of a very popular, let's say, medium more and more, which is the newsletter. New York Times, through the newsletter database and the metric that they use, they try actually to understand whether or not this metric it can be helpful as a feedback as well in order to analyze the content that they produce. And now it is, we have developed together with a researchers team and the following research, let's say, project and outcome that it is part of my presentation as well. which we call it the Smart Media Dashboard, and it is actually relates with the needs that we have understood and are required in order to address necessity for the mass media to record their audience. I will go through very quick in order to be on time. So what we have adopted and we have actually developed it is social media intersection, not just clicks and shares, etc., but also in comparison with other metrics that are needed in order to analyze the motivation as well as the attention. Up to the other. And actually the personalization, which is also and custom metric, which relates a lot with the element of who is our audience, what it takes to be more loyal or less, and to what extent we can actually address their preferences. What it should be the main takeaways? Firstly, new global media consumption models, it is actually essential in order to reach a diverse audience. Secondly, personalization and user-generated content, it is needed in order to tackle news avoidance together with news metrics that actually can help us understand the audience that we are referring to. Thirdly, by understanding these trends and actually the leverage, the power of digital platforms, we can actually successfully connect to a diverse audience around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Panayotou, for your critical analysis of new global media consumption models and for your presentation of strategies. Now, we heard one of the strategies to be further engagement, which dovetails quite nicely into the next presentation on exploring the impact of constructive journalism by Professor Christoph Schmidt. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everybody. My topic for today for that presentation is exploring the impact of constructive journalism, understanding relationships and potential, a quantitative analysis among international media experts. What is the idea? And I guess it is relatively strongly connected what Professor Nikos already mentioned. Can we see constructive journalism as a new journalistic model? And in my remarks for today, yeah, because I also to see it. It should be the same.
That's Windows. Sorry,
Yes.
what is it? It's yours.
Yes,
It's correct.
yes,
Okay,
it's
I thought
correct.
it was
It's
a big
correct.
mistake.
That's correct. So in my remarks, I would like first of all to contextualize the topic. Then I will speak about the current status of research regarding constructive journalism. Then I will speak about the research design we did so far. And finally, I will present selected results and come up with a final summary. First of all, when we speak about news, and I guess we all in that room agree on that, we all could come to the point news should be true, news should be accurate, and news should be objective. The question is if we also could agree on that point of news should be bad, because when we see the consumption, we could come to the point, okay, that means also that it's correct that news should be bad. Because when we go into the history, and I guess most of you are aware of that, we have different theoretical approaches, not so many, which are focusing on news values. The first one who developed a news value taxonomy were Galtung and Ruge. Galtung and Ruge in 1965 came up with 12 so-called news values. And one of them, and they emphasize strongly on that, is that aspect of negativity. In the year 2011, Harkup O'Neill, what did they do? They did a review about the Galtung and Ruge concept and a further development. And they finally came up with 10 news values factors. And they added that aspect of positive news, but also they highlighted the point of bad news. That means when we are analyzing studies, when we are analyzing news, we can come to the consequence we are seeing a negativity bias in news reporting. Or in other words, we could also come to the point that we are in a kind of spiral of negativity. That means we are seeing exaggeration, we are seeing dramatization, we are seeing sensationalism, and also everything is ending up in a kind of prevalence of bad news. And bad news, and we all know that, or because I guess most of us worked relatively intensively with that, are characterized by the catastrophes, by crisis. Might it be violence, might it be non-violent conflicts, by poverty, connected also to diseases, only to mention a few. Here you see a figure, and that is also a bit connected to what Professor Nikos mentioned a bit earlier. It's a study from the Pew Research Center, relatively old, 2019, and the result is around 2/3 of Americans feel worn out by the news, about the same share as in 2018. That means they feel, so to say, exhausted with news. And also we have their numbers regarding from 2016 during the presidential campaign. There was 59%. Also the result is relatively similar. We also, and that is, we did not discuss it, I used another slide from the Oxford University and the Reuters Institute, that we can see that 36% say news has negative effect on mood. 16% say there is nothing I can do with the information. And to be honest, that is not a new phenomenon. That is a relatively old description of the facts. And here it's as well a statistic from the Oxford Institute, where we can also see the aspect of trust. That trust in the last year is declining and declining consistently. And especially we have that aspect of the US, coming from 2015, 32% of trust to 26%, and relatively negative as well France, yeah, from 38 to 29%. That is more or less the situation we are in. And then the question is, what could be an answer? And that was the idea we had to see, okay, might there be a kind of different journalistic approach, different journalistic model, which could be an answer? That means for the last 2 years, I'm invested a lot of time to come closer to the concept of constructive journalism. And I also did some research in that field. First of all, what does this mean? There is that guy called Ulrik Hagerup. He's a Danish editor and now also a professor. And he is the first who coined that term of constructive journalism. And very provocative, he mentioned to that point today, people do not need more news, they need better news. That's what we call constructive journalism. We are all aware that we are more or less having a kind of infinite news, but the question is, do we have the right and do we have positive and good news? When we go to a more academic definition, there are no full consensus. I will show you two. That we have at first this rigorous, compelling reporting that includes positive and solution-focused elements to empower audiences and present a fuller picture of truth while upholding journalism's core functions and ethics. The idea is coming from a well-being model, not from a disease model. And there is another scholar, Catherine Guildenstern, and she is more speaking about how can we come to the point that we are to some extent empowering the audience. And she is defining that as, yes, we can reporting that is capable of energizing or lifting people up with stories which leaves them more engaged, inspired, and positive than before. That are more or less the current definitions. Often you will find in the literature, constructive journalism, that is peace journalism, constructive journalism, that is solution journalism, constructive journalism, that is positive journalism. And I would like to tell you that's not the case. I would like to tell you that constructive journalism is not solution journalism. When we are speaking about solution journalism, it's stories which have solutions or including solutions. It means it is constructive, but not every constructive story incorporates solutions. The next point, and I have learned in the morning, we have Professor Jungblut, a specialist for peace journalism. It's not peace journalism. Peace journalism is more following a normative approach. It's the idea of de-escalating, it's the idea of depolarizing and solving a conflict. And constructive journalism is not positive journalism. That means constructive journalism does not include only positive things, or so to say, happy news, because positive journalism is often lacking meaningful information. That means, finally, based on the theory we are seeing and having, I came up with the following conclusion: that we have a focus on solutions, that we have a differentiated approach, means we are speaking about nuances and perspectives, different perspective, and we are coming to that point promoting the debate and coming to a kind of constructive dialogue. That is the basis also for my research I did. And the research field and the research object I defined is the role of constructive journalism in shaping the future of media. And based on that, we as a team, we developed two research questions. First of all, what is the understanding and impact of constructive journalism? What is the role of constructive journalism in shaping the future of the media? That were the two main questions we focused on. And our idea was, okay, we will start with a classical quantitative research, with a survey. then we decided, okay, where could we meet people from very, very different regions, but media experts? And we decided, okay, we will do it on the Global Media Forum, and we conducted that study in June 2022. All in all, in that first step, we were able to speak, we did it in person, with 164 media experts, primarily media managers and editors. What did we apply? I guess that's nothing new. We applied a very, very general, so to say, quantitative study, means a 4-point Likert scale, from strongly agree to strongly disagree, but including also don't know, Because why did we do that? We did that because constructive journalism is also nowadays a relatively new approach, and also journalists, not all journalists worldwide, are familiar with that term. So, what are our results? And I will not bore you with all my results, but I thought, okay, I will come up with some selected results, what we have found out. First of all, we came to the point that constructive journalism brings stories of high importance to society. We have the situation that more or less more than 90% agreed on that. That is also this idea what we interpret. It's a balanced reporting, it's a comprehensive reporting, it gives a lot of context. On the other hand, there's also sometimes a critique that constructive journalism is understood as positive news or happy news or uncritically reporting. And based on that, the findings show very clearly that more than 76% came to the point, no, it's not uncritical, it's critical reporting. That was also for us very important to include. We also spoke in the morning about traditional media, and we also thought, okay, when we are speaking about traditional journalism and constructive journalism, and that was also what we expected, that approx 70% agreed that constructive journalism is more sustainable than traditional journalism. On the other hand, especially due to the situation media companies in the digital era, they are challenged with a lot of different aspects. We also thought, okay, we need to discuss about resilience. And here also, for the future, for the resilience of media, constructive media is seen as an important factor. More than 85% came to that result. And as well, constructive journalism is a driving factor within the development of digital media, more than 71%. That are only some selected findings. When we speak about the future perspective, that was the idea we had, okay, can now constructive journalism be one pathway for the future of media companies? That was behind that idea to include that aspect. And here also there was a high opinion regarding that more than 70% came to the point that constructive journalism will significantly shape media in the future. Constructive journalism is not the response or is not the answer to all our current difficulties and challenges in the digital era. That means 56% denied that. It cannot only be constructive journalism. What are the implications for journalists? We can see, and that is also quite interesting, and from a theoretical perspective also, I guess, a kind of confirmation. Journalists should report news as they are. More than 90% agreed on that. And journalists should report more on positive than on negative things. You see, no. The majority is denying that point. They should not report more on positive than on negative things, but the journalists should primarily provide solutions. And here we also have seen a majority with more than 50% who are also are promoting this opinion. There are only some selected findings of our study. What is the summary, or what did we conclude, or what is our conclusion? First of all, when we are speaking about the first research question, understanding and impact, we came to the point constructive journalism is associated with stories of high importance to society. What I already mentioned, because of our interpretation is because of the balance, because of the differentiated perspective, because of the contextualization and the solution focus. Constructive journalism is viewed as more sustainable and contributes to resilient media, means also it can be a path to the future. The third one, regarding the second research question, the role of constructive journalism in shaping the future of media. Constructive journalism has transformative potential, but requires complementary approaches. Complementary approaches, the interpretation from us is, as well, we need data journalism, we need investigative journalism. That means it is one part, but one important point of journalism. And finally, constructive journalism, its value in constructive journalism correlates with support for solutions-oriented reporting. That are our findings. What will follow? It will follow the next step. That means we did a quantitative study, and we will have, for sure, we need to add a qualitative study in order to go deeper and then combine the results. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schmidt. That was fascinating, and I'm sure that we all have questions for our panelists. Should we have a short question period before the coffee break, or should we break? What, Mr. Panayotou? Professor Panayotou?
Maybe 10 minutes.
We can take, sorry?
Right? Okay. Q&A.
Right, a few minutes?
Yes, a few minutes.
Yes.
Let's take a few minutes.
All right.
If
So-
there are any questions.
Any questions?
Otherwise, there is hot and iced coffee outside.
Right. Any questions for the moment? Yes.
About the first presentation, and I'm wondering about if you could comment about the growth. You touched on this a little bit about social justice issues and how fandom is connected to the celebrity, but how they're using that to actually take social justice action now, it seems.
Thank you for your question. I think this is quite essential. In fact, what youth nowadays, not just youth in China, but global youth, like they will discuss a lot of issues, like not just talking about the idol. When they are like engaged with each other, they will talk about like equality. I think equality is a lot of common issues among the world, like environmental issues, globalization issues. So in fact, what I said about fandom formation is not just about people talking about the fandom. In fact, this is a kind of group, like youth group, actually engage with each other, and they do talk about idol, but they spend a lot of time talking about other things, including issues of equality, democracy, fairness, privacy. So that's quite important. So that's why so when people do research on fandom, we aim high. So we don't want them to just talk about the idol. In fact, what we want to investigate is the kind of potential impact on society in relation to the fandom formation. This has been like demonstrated like long time ago, like say by people studying the kind of rock and roll fandom in the States during the music festival. They are actually talking about those people, grassroots, the working class, and those kind of youth of less privilege, fighting for the rights and more equality in the United States context. So there has been a kind of narrative or trajectories of studies in the fandom studies. These are as important as the idol itself. I think so.
Thanks. Thanks a lot for a great panel and very wonderful to be here. I have a question for Shin Dong Kim and I have a question for Christian Schmidt. Shin Dong Kim, your story sounded to me a little bit kind of theological, like there's a kind of development into a certain direction, and I'm not really believing in a kind of deglobalization which people talk about now. I don't see that happening, but I do see a return of a kind of Cold War narrative and a return towards the nation state that actually brings us back more towards a kind of international communication paradigm, it seems. So I would like you to reflect on that. For Professor Schmidt, I had a question that, to me, the role of affect, the role of pleasure, seems to be very much absent in your story. And so it sounded to me very kind of Habermasig, and to use a Dutch word. That's a Dutch sort of Habermasig, sounds a little bit murky, a little bit like, and Habermas, of course, has been critiqued quite widely that it's not only about truth, it's not only about objectivity, it's a lot about affect, particularly from a feminist angle. So this idea that better news makes people better actually seems to ignore all this issue, the issue of pleasure, the issue of affect, and the issue of actually identification. So if you could reflect.
Yeah, we've been educated that good news is very depressing news, based on the investigative journalism model. But to your question, in the last few years, we really enjoyed using the term of deglobalization. And now, actually, there's a new concept just arrived, re-globalization. So first see the globalization has never stopped and still very strong undercurrents, even if there are like a return of nation states in the last very few years. So, but even through the whole period of globalization, mainly from sometime in 1980s all the way to 1990s and 2000s, especially in the last 3 decades, we believed, as since the fall of the Soviet system, we entered a totally different stage in the global society, and then in a way we enjoyed a unprecedented years of borderless world. Now, with the war going on the one hand, we are seeing sort of resurgence of kind of border, limits, maybe a sort of resistance of the nation-based forces, whether it comes from capital or political forces for different reasons, and even maybe a class rebound, like as we have seen in the Brexit case, or the very strong support to Donald Trump, situation. So we're seeing the resurgence of the nationalistic rebound. But I believe that globalization has never stopped, and it's already very much deeply rooted. It's even in the situation where the U.S.-China competition is so much intensified, the trade volume has never really decreased. So I strongly believe that we are on the road. And then in my presentation, I was trying to connect this like a remotely looking concepts of globality and community, because I believe it's a long time. I mean, I skipped the slides, but like 1960s, there was this American sociologist, Daniel Lerner, and then he tried to connect the mobility and modernity, and media together. So the media is like promoting the mobility, and mobility is also promoting modernizations, eventually moving us toward the modernity. So similarly, I thought that the globality is kind of globalized modernity. So in a way, we've been divided, still divided by the national borders. But if there is a true globality that we are, moving ourselves toward, then that should be like globalized modernity, or which we may name as just globality. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for your question. Yeah, regarding the two aspects, what you again also phrased, kind of better journalism, what was also from Hagerup and on my slide, and the ethical aspects. Regarding that, first of all, the idea is better journalism was more understood. How can we overcome the negativity cycles? That means our point when we are also socialized, we are more or less confronted with negative news, and we are used to it. That means idea, but the point is, how can we come with this constructive journalism model that we are not emphasizing primarily? It doesn't mean that we only have to focus on positive things or the good things, because then it would be positive journalism. And important as well is that constructive journalism is the idea to be as differentiated as possible. That means that it's considering different perspectives, and also that it shows nuances. And very important, we are not asking, okay, what is the current situation, only presenting the facts. The additional question we should ask is, what next? What can, yeah, that means that journalism of tomorrow. And a very important point you raised, I guess, very important, that there's this aspect of ethical perspective, ethical standards. And maybe I did not mention that is implicitly the journalistic and the ethical standards are included in that concept. But I didn't mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there's a follow-up question. Is that a follow? We have one question here, then Holger.
Okay, thank you so much. Anthony, I think that my daughter will love to hear your presentation. My question is following. So, do you think that this period of time that K-pop singers have only 6 years of their experience, of their popularity, is because of this matter of fandom? That's from my daughter. I never researched on that issue, but she told me that they are only popular for several years. So they could be on the stage only for 6 to 7 years, and then they are actually done with their career. She's a fan of BTS.
Oh, that talking about BTS. Actually, I interview. Actually, not just interview. My BTS was originally managed by a New York company called Orchard. It's a small label. Now it's being acquired by Sony Music. Actually, they are my friend. The person who managed Orchard is one of my friends. So I talk to him always about BTS. I don't think they think that K-pop only lasts for six years. In fact, Sony actually recently sold that label BTS to another company, because another company believed that they can run BTS much longer than 6 years. So I guess BTS has been under Sony for 6 years already. So I guess the lifespan of K-pop can last longer, so long as the kind of like fandom management and formation can be managed much better. So I think like for a music company who run BTS, they spend more time in managing the fans rather than in addition to the music. So both are essentially important in the age of social media. So like imagine BTS can only go to one city at any time, but they have to manage the hundreds of cities around the world at any time. So I guess this is again the phantom problem. Yeah.
And I have another question for Professor Schmidt. Since we all know that media is reconstruction of reality, don't you think that journalism is a constructive journalism at all?
Yeah, okay. You are more coming, I guess, when we are going to the literature that media is constructing our reality. Yeah, and we, in tendency, you could also come to that point that we are only seeing what we have learned in advance, and Shin already presented Lippmann, and we all know Cohen, and he told us, okay, the media is pretty well in doing what to think about, but not what to think. That means from the basis point, yes, we have a kind of media reality, or that media is constructing a specific reality for sure, because they can only show us a fragmentation of realities. That is very clear. That means also that we have media literate as possible, or all of us, not we only as academics. But I guess this constructive approach is more on a more ideas, a concept. When we see the theory, or when we see the last 20 years, okay, peace journalism is quite a bit older, but peace journalism came up, citizen journalism came up, and investigative journalism, and then constructive journalism. That is a question: is this new model sustainable? I'm, to be honest, strongly believing in that. Here is not constructing our reality, for sure. It's a part of the media, but to that question. So, do we not need another form of journalism? I do not know if this is viable for media companies. I do not know. But the question is, do we want to be confronted primarily with suicide attacks, with, I do not know, with accidents and so on? Do we want that? And my feeling is, I do not want. The question is, will I become the majority, or will the majority see that in that form? Thank you.
May I add
Yes.
one line to that K-pop popularity issue? So Beatles, not BTS. Beatles made a big presence in the world, 1960s. And recently, Paul McCartney was still singing and then selling his record very well. This is what is about pop culture, you know?
Yeah.
So for sure, BTS or whatever the K-pop stars will be in their places in different formats, more developed formats, you know, for a long time. And the second point you raised, fandom, you know, the impact of fandom for the success of the K-pops. Can you imagine a BTS fandom before BTS came? No. So the success of the stars are not really relying upon the fandom, which didn't exist until they made a success. Fandom follows. Fandom may strengthening their sort of staying in popularity later on, but never it could precede the actual stars.
Thank you. Holger.
Yeah, very, very briefly, because everybody's ready for coffee. This is mostly for Christoph and Nico. We heard about the news or media in general constructing realities already. So I guess it is something important, right? I'm wondering whether, rather than running after audiences, maybe it might be an idea to think about how to condition new audiences. I don't mean this in a Pavlovian way, but a question of media entanglement. I see dealing with media as something that is also a discipline, and discipline, unfortunately, requires some work. Now, there are some people who are saying, oh, when you study Chinese, and I've heard this many times, don't worry about the tones, people will understand you anyway. As my colleagues will tell me, this is not the case. It's like saying for Greek, for studying Greek, the same thing is, don't worry about the endings, people will understand you anyway. I find that very questionable. So maybe rather than trying to invent new ways of media, we really have to look a little bit more into media, and I hate that word, but I say it anyway, literacy, media entanglement. So it's a question of how and when do we teach children how to interact with media and also with changing media. I realize this is more of a comment now than a question. But does that make sense? Is this an aspect perhaps that we should also focus on?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I guess media literacy is one of the most important recipes, to come to that. The situation or the problem is, when we analyze a bit the situation in the world, only a few countries have media literacy included in their school curricula. So, and then I'm coming also back to that point, what I guess you raised at the beginning, globalized world, globalization and networked world. And then the question is, do we really have that globalized world, or are we not coming to a more fragmented regions of the world, and that we have to distinguish between well-educated people and normal people? And I do not know how to overcome that. I did a lot of research in media literacy, and we found out, yes, you are able to reach some people in a country, especially when it comes to developing countries and countries in transition, but a lot you will never get into the classes and in that context. And what should we do with that? To be honest, there I'm a bit not that positive, to be honest. I do not know if the society or the world society will be able to overcome that, coming to that idea of Castell's network society, which I see, I guess maybe we'll also discuss later, which there is also a lot of critique, and that is the same. Yeah, literacy, that is a bit of, there are coming these westernized countries, and that's it. So, and then you will also, interestingly, you will not come only to being media literate, you will also come to democracy and everything, and to wealth and whatever. And that is too simple. Thank you very much for your comment.
In fact, actually, I'd like to add to that question too. And sorry, just because the question as well, in terms of, I don't think it's a question of if something new is being created, because we can't forget the independent nature of journalists. My question would be, is constructive journalism something, in fact, that is has been organically developed, in part avoidance to the role of journalists as harbinger of bad news? Is it linked to the journalist's identity as a part public servant? Is it linked to the journalists themselves questioning what they see around them in the world? Is it more organic? Has it developed organically? Is it journalist driven or audience driven or both? Anyway, that's just my
just a really quick comment. I think that my presentation actually and the research, and more importantly what we have built through this research, it is actually a new way, and emphasizing the necessity to understand the audience. So up until now we had two things. One, it is the journalists separated from the audience. Now we are seeing this convergence, and in order to connect it with the previous speakers, with this panel actually, main discussion, it is actually the younger in terms of age audience tends to prefer different kind of narratives and media forms. So we actually need there, in order to introduce them, some people say teach, but it is a necessity to introduce them. Sherry as well, Hope Calver is working a lot on issues of media literacy, but I think that we have actually to emphasize a lot of this, not only in stylistic forms, but more importantly in the essence of understanding news. This is why actually I consider that media literacy should be connected with journalistic work and also seen as a civic pedagogy in how to introduce people to basic elements of our constitutions and way of working. Thank you. Let's go for a coffee.
Oh, it's 11:50.
Those of you
else are the presenters? Oh, come on. Please, it's, yeah. I'm identifying only like 2 presenters at the moment. We are supposed to have like 4 presenters.
Έλα μισό λεπτό.
Who else? Okay, so Aphrodite, you are presenting here, right?
Yes.
Okay, you are? Okay, we have 4. Okay, we have all 4 presenters now.
Όταν κάνεις τώρα παρουσίαση, τώρα δουλεύει.
We're good. Presenters are ready, but facilities are not. So.
Γιατί το βγάλα.
Eleni. Nice to meet you. Oh, yes.
Yeah. You use this. Use this place.
Try not to spill any tea on the manuscript.
Δεν δουλεύει.
This is important.
No?
Δεν δουλεύει αυτό.
We're not, Nikos, we are not able to show the slides here. Okay.
No, don't worry.
It's on. Okay. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
So it needs to be from a system.
Okay.
So just basically to be involved.
I use that a lot.
It's nice and zen.
It is, yeah. Also woodsy.
Right, woodsy.
Well, Canadian, right? So
Are you?
Did you grow up in
Και τώρα λες ότι δουλεύει. Αυτό δεν δουλεύει. Good.
Of course. You went to.
Yes, but
No.
Λοιπόν, να σου πω ποιος είναι πρώτος. Δεν είμαι εγώ. Πού είστε θέση.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna. Let's go. You don't have
Now, I need your cooperation. As you can see, the time management is so crucial here. I know that comes at some point, and then your session is over when we still have 2 more to go, right? So we really should avoid that. And so we need 5 people, which is already. So 15 minutes maximum. Yes. Okay. So if you go over 15 minutes, I just.
All right.
I don't want other people going home without making presentations.
I'll have my gun, so I'll take it out and you ain't gonna stop me. We've been told that we have 20 minutes actually.
Maybe a couple of people at the end, maybe even around. I just stick to the time limit. So please. Okay. Change the name, please.
My slides are here on the computer. Oh, no, they're there. No, they're there. But they don't come up. Ito, yun.
Still yellow.
Ora,
Ne?
ora, ok. Can I start?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hello, my name is Aphrodite Salas. I'm a journalist and a professor of journalism at Concordia University in Montreal, Canada. And I have experience working around the world as a journalist. Since 2018, I have been focusing on reporting projects in remote areas of Canada. And my last two documentaries and multimedia projects were on an Indigenous community in the Arctic region of Canada. This presentation is going to discuss, in part, the current crisis of trust that other speakers have touched upon earlier today in both the information and journalism ecospheres. And I've developed in an effort to improve things in my corner of the world, specifically in relation to how marginalized communities view their role in society and how they see themselves portrayed in the news. So we're all aware of this well-documented crisis of trust in institutions, governments, and the media in general, but my presentation and my research is really about the particular crisis of trust between journalists and marginalized or underreported communities. So this PowerPoint will first deconstruct some of the traditional extractive practices and then share my slower, more collaborative method of reporting using my most current project as the frame of reference. I'll just begin by referencing briefly the timely Reuters Institute study, how misrepresentation and underrepresentation of disadvantaged communities undermines their trust in news. So after a series of qualitative interviews with members of marginalized communities in 4 different countries around the world, the authors reiterated a sad reality that other scholars have written extensively about, that first, many people express a generalized sense of skepticism towards all news media. 2, many hold a deep suspicion about the motives of news organizations and assume that they manipulate the public for commercial or political gain. And 3, that audiences frequently attribute their distrust to what they see as chronic bias in reporting that purports to be fair and impartial. So what do we see? We see that we've heard this before, but in marginalized communities, the stakes truly are higher. Why are they higher? In the Reuters report, for example, they write that the lens through which many people in these communities see the failings of news media in their countries is in large part related to problems that they see in how people like them are portrayed in the media. So things like misrepresentation, underrepresentation, and perceived inaccuracies in coverage. So all of these matter, and they matter deeply. We know that for generations, journalists have gotten things wrong many times. And that doesn't only create a crisis of trust, but it actually causes harm to people in communities that are already disadvantaged in society. A glaring example, the one that I'm here to talk about, is how marginalized communities have been, a glaring example of this is in the case of Indigenous peoples in Canada. In the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that was that concluded in 2015, the TRC focused on systemic racism, abuse, and marginalization of Indigenous peoples in Canada. And there was a whole section in that final report on media, the journalists, and their role in how this all came about. There was identified a wholesale failure of journalism organizations to consistently produce in-depth contextual reporting on Indigenous issues. So this failure over generations clearly led
to considerable damage to people and communities. The lack of conscientious journalism caused harm, including but not limited to the ongoing racial profiling of Indigenous peoples and systemic oppression. So the story is the same for marginalized communities around the world. We know this. We know that journalism matters. We know that the work journalists do matters, but it's really how we do that work that might matter even more. Now, we are familiar with and also have touched upon the concept of extractive journalism, and that is where reporters parachute in, extract what they or their editors deem to be valuable in terms of a story or from a community, relay to an audience elsewhere, never to be seen again in the community. So they go in, they highlight systemic abuses, or so-called trauma porn. They reduce people to sound bites. They give them no control over how they are being represented. They strip them of agency. And then we wonder why there is a trust disorder between journalists and people, particularly people in these kinds of communities. Here's just one recent example by the New York Times. In fact, an article that one of their Canada correspondents filed in 2019 was roundly criticized for being harmful to Inuit and laced with cliches. These are quotes from the Native American Journalists Association. So the article in question began with an Inuit artist, Sila, quote, cowering in fear as a, quote, relative who was drunk and raging, ... again, was in the next room before she, quote, fled into the frigid night. In an interview with Indigenous media afterwards, Sila said she didn't want anything about drinking in the New York Times article, had told the reporter that. She had also said she didn't conceive herself to be poor, and she hadn't said anything about poverty. But the article said her family was poor and talked about drunkenness. The report is rife with other cliches. Fume-sniffing teenagers, the stony graveyard is dotted with crosses. Her next stop was the welfare office, but didn't describe the whole story. So just another example. In one part, the reporter writes that children rode their bikes in packs around the town's now dusty roads and past bedtime. But this is the Arctic, and in the summer, the sun is out for almost 24 hours, and there is no school. So what is bedtime exactly when you're in the Arctic, and it's still sun at 11 o'clock at night, and you don't have school the next day. Sila, the Inuit artist, says that the reporter wanted to help her sell her art, but the article didn't even show a photo of her art. She also says that she's going to think twice before speaking to another journalist. So this is just one example, but our histories are littered with reporting in Indigenous communities and marginalized communities that make the same mistakes time and time again. So again, the causes of trust disorder can be very clear when we consider examples like this one. And now that we consider the root causes of the problem and keeping in mind these examples that I've given that apply to pretty much all marginalized communities, I just want you to think in your mind what happens when journalists go into misrepresented or marginalized communities where there is this trust disorder in relation to the media. So you might be on the receiving end of some hostility. You might find yourself having difficulty speaking to people. You might find a very closed community. You might find that you can't even get a story. So all of these things can happen. How do we make this better? This is my space, or where I'm trying to discover new ways of doing things. So in my opinion, and throughout some various projects I've been doing since 2018, we must consider some collaborative and discriminatory practices, and always keep context in mind, specifically that many marginalized communities have experienced these negative relations with journalists in the past. So my work and my research focuses on developing non-exploitative, more accountable relationships over time as a way of exploring elements of these kinds of journalisms. And this work also strives to consider journalism as a way to decrease social polarization and increase inclusivity across communities and peoples. But it's really the middle point, the one about building relationships over time, that I have found to be very key to such projects. Relationship building in marginalized communities, how best to go about doing this. Obviously, number one, recognize that these relationships take time, earned and not given freely. In my case, the work that I do, this process can take months or even years. Just to give you an example, for my last documentary, I built the relationship through phone calls and Zoom meetings for almost 2 years before going to the community, before traveling to the Arctic with 3 students to do the journalism. But you also must consider, that's very, very important, this question. Before going into a community to report, you must ask yourself, what is the payoff for the community? What's in it for them? Do we have an inflated sense of self? Oh, they get to speak to a New York Times reporter or a whatever reporter. We must invert that thought process in order to progress the work, in my opinion. Do they get from us? Is it publicity? Is it media exposure? Is it something else? Understanding what you bring to the table and why the community could be motivated to speak with you is very important. And above all else, journalists who work with marginalized and or underreported communities must accept that they may not get anywhere. This is critical. Sometimes your efforts, and it might be completely out of your control, will result in no story. This is the reality of all journalism projects, but with these particular projects, the risk of getting nothing can sometimes be higher. Just as an example, I'll share with you the story of that recent project I mentioned, completed in the Arctic community of Inukjuak. This community has only around 1,800 people who live there year-round. It's about 2,000 kilometers north of New York City. That's about 6 hours flying. And the community has experienced a lot of trauma in the past. The Canadian government forcibly relocated 6 families to the high Arctic in the 50s, and that caused extreme trauma. There was also wholesale killing of Inuit sled dogs that many in the community believe was a way to keep people in one place, as opposed to being nomadic, as the Inuit are. And they had the residential schools as well. So there was really, going to this community, I just wanted to make sure that we understood the context, but in fact, the reporting story was about an amazing climate solution that this community was building for themselves. The first hydroelectric project in the Arctic region of Canada to 100% replace diesel energy. This is extraordinary, and they are doing it all by themselves. We went up there, we shot a short documentary, mounted the entire thing on the biggest public network in the country. I will be sharing it at THESM. And actually, we're going back to the Arctic in September for the official opening of the hydroelectric project, and to document this community, really having an example, a positive example of climate action and leadership for the world to see. So that is Inukjuak. I'm also noting that is coming up. So just in terms of how to share the stories responsibly, the preparation, number one, a very long period of trust building. Upon arrival, I actually went on to the community radio station to introduce ourselves the first night. This was a small community, and outsiders are immediately identified. So that was important in terms of building. Travel was also complicated. There's no rental cars, no restaurants, no hotels, so there had to be that trust building to hire a driver, make sure that we had somewhere to stay and knew how to prepare properly. And when we got back, we still consulted with everyone about how to share that story. And notice I say share, because in this kind of work, we share stories with permission. We do not tell stories. We're not story takers or storytellers. We share the stories together. So I have 1 minute, and I just wanted to say the 2 documentaries premiered. We also decided how to share the stories. We premiered first. To wrap up, some principles of collaborative and conciliatory practice, just critical to understand the importance of the preparation, the idea that there's a very huge difference between traditional extractive methods and newer, more collaborative methods, the idea that the relationships must be developed over a long period of time, and that social responsibility in this particular case truly is a fundamental principle of journalism. I think I've come to time, and therefore, thank you.
Thank you very much, Aphrodite. Who is the second? Okay. So, I'm very much tempted to watch that documentary myself.
We are protesting officially here. Mouse is not working. Leonidas. Mouse is not working. Δεν πόνγκας που είναι.
Yes. Yes.
Πώς κλείνει. Όχι, όχι, αυτό να κλείσουμε αυτό.
Yes, yes, that's actually, and in fact, they're very proud about that. It's eyeballs. It's really cool.
Unlike here.
Βάλ' το ρεύμα. Trust me. Περίμενε. Όχι ρε, δεν
The
φταίει.
battery dies so fast. The
Σίγουρα.
battery dies so fast. So when you're shooting in those conditions, the battery, like keep it wrapped.
Right, I know where to choose because I don't want to get super bold.
Πάει έτσι, περίμενε. Πώς κλείνουν τα Windows στο πρόγραμμα αυτό για να ξανανοίξει αυτό? Μπορεί να δημιουργεί αυτό το όχι, μόνο του control. Δεν έχεις Windows. Alt F4. Ναι, ρε, πώς κλείνει η εφαρμογή? Alt F4, δεν είναι να το έκλεισε. Καταλαβαίνεις. Ας κατά, το ίδιο κάνει. Λοιπόν, δεν είναι εδώ, είναι στην επιφάνεια εργασία του λόγου. Have technical problem.
Did I ruin it? I ruined
Brought
it.
down.
We move on to the third presenter until he solves the problem. Would you like to go? Yeah. No, I see.
Να σου πω, βάλω το δικό μου.
HDMI, έχεις.
Okay. You broke everything.
Το HDMI και πάω από εκεί για να τους...
Δώσε ρεύμα από κάτω εσύ.
Έλα.
Βγάλε αυτή και δώσε μένα. Κατάλαβες.
Δεν ξέρω τι έγινε, δεν πάτησα τίποτα. Έτσι. Ωραία.
Τι? Ναι, περίμενε. Όπου αυτό πώς θα μπει. Έλα. Περίμενε. Πρέπει να κάνει identify, περίμενε. Πρέπει να κάνει setup αυτό. Να σου πω, μπορώ και πελάκι.
I could have actually talked more.
Αυτό. Να σου πω, χέστο αυτό γιατί τζάμπα χρόνο θα χάσουμε. Είναι ανάποδα. Τι?
Το μόνο που μπορώ να κάνω είναι να το εξωτερικό εγώ θα το κόψω και να παίζει επομένως.
Όχι, δεν γίνεται. Βάζουμε ξανά αυτό. Δεν γίνεται. Α, δουλεύει το δουλεύει ρε. Δουλεύει τώρα. Size.
It has its own personality, guys, sorry.
Yeah.
Και αυτό μαλάκι.
Βλέπω ότι το έχασα στο τέλος, το έχω κάνει την τέρτη. Και τώρα έχει σκάσει αυτό. Εδώ είσαι. Πού?
Έχεις πάει στο Μοντρεάλ? Όχι.
Δεν πειράζει, βάλε χ. Περίμενε, βάλ' το, πάρ' τα χ, βάλ' το από εδώ πέρα. Και βάλ' το.
For University of Montreal.
Εντάξει.
For media and communications, I think it was.
Sorry for this, wasn't my fault.
It was, I think, an assistant professor.
Starts now, Starts a minute. And do not push it. It's not our fault that the previous session extended so much. Try, I'll do my best. Okay. May I start? Dr. Franco-Nikolopoulos, may I start? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, Dimitris Bouras, what I present here is part of the paper submitted, and actually, I'm extremely happy that I'm following Dr. Salas because I totally agree, and I will prove it now, focusing in the sector that I'm operating, it's war, conflict, and humanitarian crisis. My research work is focusing on human trauma, memory, and the aftermath. And as an anthropologist, in terms of journalism, I have detached myself from the so-called everyday journalism, focusing on long-term projects and studies exploring the notion of human trauma. Moving from trauma to cultural memory, I'm concerned the problem of looking back and investigating that space created between memory and history. Locality and projection is what I label as the Orphic gaze. from the ancient myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus can do everything but look at its spot, a part of looking at the center of the night into the night. He can come down to it, he can pull it to his side and pull it with himself upside down, but his face has to be and is distracted from the center of the night in the night. In our case, this translated to look back and trace the root, not just to examine and experience the present and the visible, rather to understand the cause, its underlying issues, to preserve, to protect and highlight memory. The problem that this denial creates, the problem that this denial creates expressed in the space. So, the decisive moment in my life to take that career is when I entered the room of the boyfriend of my sister's boyfriend, and I saw this famous picture from Vietnam War, early days after the collapse of the military junta in Greece. And what triggers me is that question, why? It's not the moment, it's why that happened. And after that followed a pathway, the first Gulf War, the Balkan War, mainly and mostly in Sarajevo, in the BC Sarajevo, the two wars in Chechnya. You may leave my photos, I'm not that handsome, my photos are better than me. It's better. The second Gulf War, and if you notice, I'm thrilled and I'm focusing on working on semantics and semiotics, and that's why you see these tiny details. Welcome. My beloved Afghanistan, the Arab Spring, from the beginning until to become the Arab Winter, mostly in Syria and North Iraq, through the help of my fellow tribe, the Kurds, scrolling around all over Syria, and lots others. And now you can put me. And now this is pretty much what we call war. Devastation, drama, exodus, accompanied by drama, pain and blood, as much blood as possible. While working in the recent refugee crisis, I tried not to draw any comparison with Bosnia, with Chechnya, with any of the troubled territories that I had chronicled, but it was difficult not to do so. There were the same floods of refugees, the same burnout villages, and the same women driven out in terror because paramilitaries were on the march and they've been feared of being raped. And I can't help but wonder, after all the lessons we had learned from the brutality of the wars in the 90s, Rwanda, Somalia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Balkans, Chechnya, we were allowing it to happen again, accompanied by drama, pain and blood, as much blood as possible, because if it bleeds, it leads. But is that so? And why wars are happening? Do you know why wars are happening? Not a specific one, in general, why? I'll tell you. We have wars, and we will keep having wars because we today, this right moment, we are here. War, conflicts, and disaster resulted by the war will keep because today we woke up, got a shower, dressed up, got a breakfast, and eventually went to our works. The same happened in England, Australia, all over the world, in Sweden, everywhere. And in few hours we will be back in the security of our home, having dinner in front of a screen, watching a major news network, seeing what we expect to see. Then we will fall asleep, and the next morning we will wake up again, and so on. Have you ever seen the paint of Peter Bruegel the Elder, Landscape with the Fall of Icarus? Has anyone seen that paint? The paint is a cornerstone of visual representation upon the notion why wars are happening. Landscape with the Fall of Icarus. While we are busy in our profession, like the peasants in the pain, the fisherman, the city expecting the ships to bring the goods, somewhere in this planet, miles away, people got killed as the titular Icarus plunges to his death out of total indifference. Can you point out where Icarus is? Or, by using the words of my beloved W.H. Auden, how everything turns away quite leisurely from the disaster. As long as we keep our normality, like nothing ever happened, apart of well-expected flash images on media, while in some place a war, a humanitarian disaster is taking place, wars will keep their normality. And accompanied by drama, blood, as much blood as possible. And the audience, the spectator, is refusing to look its own mirror and deal with its own debris. It shoots other people's debris. Or as Susan Sontag perfectly titled, it's the pain of others. With a constant desire to become part of the frame, to acquire significance through the event itself, as in this image in the outskirts of Fallujah in Iraq in the summer of 2016, when Shia militia were fighting to overtake the city from Daesh, the so-called Islamic State. They put themselves in the frame. The time of firing the cannon. The same, again, back in 2016, October, in the outskirts of Mosul, during the intense fighting to overtake the city from the Daesh, he put himself in the frame in front of a burning oil field. But I'm not that different. I caught myself staring for hours through a sniper's hole in this unreachable elsewhere that can be stealthily glimpsed through holes used by snipers. Haunted my soul throughout my trip in Aleppo. The fact of being unable to reach it stimulated my imagination. The distance created. So much, leading me undermining Liad's story and the underlying reason for Liad for being there doing that. Be a sniper. Liad is 32 years old and he was a carpenter. My workshop is at the end of the corner, he told me. Even if at the end of the corner there the collapsed ceiling, remnant of wall, whatever. In his cell phone, the photo of his 2-year-old daughters, like most of young parents, but only it was his 2-year-old daughter's body covered in blood. And now she's a sniper. That's all. 2 hours per day. Whatever your question is, the answer is the same. But how do you feel? I asked him the first time, and he shows his daughter's body. While a man wheezes in your gut side, what do you think? Shows his daughter's body. And okay, I told him, once all this will be over, what will you do? What kind of Syria will come out of it? And only his daughter's body. Something else to know? At the same time, I have to run through the holes, indicated by arrows, chasing another unreachable elsewhere, survival. Holes. Holes stand instead of room, instead of kitchen, courtyards, living rooms, and of all those who have died, disappeared from their homes, fled the war, and now serve as a path to the war. Bernard Lewis, for me, the greatest historian of Middle East, in his book Notes of a Century, Reflections of a Middle East Historian, put it perfectly. We live in a time when energies are being devoted to the falsification of history, to flatter, to deceive, or to serve some sectional purpose. Not good can come out of such distortion, even when they are inspired by unselfish motives. History is a collective memory, and if we think of the social body in terms of human body, no history means amnesia. Distorted history means neurosis. Because humanitarian disaster, war, devastation, forces who move you from one place to another, doesn't have to be flashy. It can be just a sound, even a silence, or just the addition of a specific article in the door of an apartment like this one in the city of Mariupolis, of Dimitris, my friend's house in southeastern Ukraine, Donetsk Oblast. This image is back from 2015 because the war haven't started February 2022 in Ukraine. Without that addition could be our home. A bag of the department store, sneaker, boots. It's just this addition that drives you to deal with the new normality. Recall this previous, the same article appeared in Aleppo or in a residential apartment. What matters is the course of life. When we visually or narrative present or representing the war, is the course of life during the wartime that matters. How regular people carry on with their own everyday lives within a war zone, the gunshots, explosions, and death. It has to be a hymn about the pricelessness of every second of life. It's not about war, but about life next to war, within war, and lived in spite of war, to make the invisible visible. I'm inviting to watch this rare footage, and I'll let you know from where it was taken. We have sound, I hope. Shit. There is no sound, so supposedly here there are bombs, airplanes crossfires, and people are carrying on. Have you noticed the white protective gloves this person is wearing? This footage is from Mariupolis, the end of March 2022. And this footage shot by a beloved friend and partner and anthropologist, Lithuanian one, Mantas Kvedaravicius, that got killed brutally, tortured and brutally killed by the Russians. Going back to our territories, the recent shipwreck of a migrant ship, Adriana, in southeastern Mediterranean between Greece and Italy also captured global attention due to its volume, sick volume, of human losses, an estimate of 600 humans drowned. Front page everywhere, worldwide. At the same time, media and public at large are ignoring or avoiding reading news of same shipwrecks occurring in the same sea, the Mediterranean Sea, simply because the number of human losses per case fell below the measure of getting publicity. An estimate of 1,864 migrants died or went missing in 2022, more than 5 people per day, but not many enough per case to reach the front page, as it seems that our empathy is driven by quantitative criteria. Worse than that, or surely, is not the pathway that reaching the front page. We care about the 600 human lives, and we had to, but not how many, definitely much more, lost their lives during the grueling journey until to reach the Mediterranean shores. The last couple of years, in fact, a decade, the migration crisis in Europe have been preoccupying politicians, journalists, local communities, moreover, captured global imagination as well. And the emotionally charged issues circle around the possible and actual threats to the well-being of European citizens. Borders, fences, and humans. Humans who became title and numbers. But who are those people left stranded in Idomeni, Greece border with North Macedonia at that time, Fyrom? There are humans with a name. They are nothing but women, men, children, among them scientists, illiterate, doctors and peasants, plumbers and housewives. They do have a name. But now they just serve a category like a stateless person, no, refugee, migrant, forced from home. They did have a life, a valid life, until that moment came, the war arrived at their door and in our screens. And at that moment, they became a statistical figure, a quantitative factor, a non-valid life, a non-grievable life. With their lips sealed, using their body as the last weapon, as the last resistance, are the same people I met back in 1991, 32 years ago, on the mountains of Iraq, borders of Turkey and Iraq, in another exile, trying to flee from Saddam Hussein chemical attacks, Kurds in Iran. And I do meet them again, 23 years after, back in 2014, in the newly established Kurdistan Autonomous Region, and Mr. Abdullah Tashen seeing the image stage. I know why they are running. Actually, we were running. He found himself in the image for food. I know because I'm there. I was there 23 years after, memory. But unfortunately, the memory of war, however, is mostly local, as again quoting Susan Sontag. And all of us working and operating in the field, we carry within the most important responsibility to transmit that message, to make the invisible visible in a clear manner, crystal clear, without allowing empathy, personal ideology, political ideology to filter our hand, not to drive audience and readers' conclusion, because we are all outsiders. Perfectly, Dr. Salas pointed out, we need time to study, to approach. We are outsiders. We went there because something happened. Otherwise, we never go there. What really matters are not the flash images. What really matters is history and memory. What really matters is the aftermath that will help us to understand why and maybe prevent. We don't need the deluge of images, because pictures of war and suffering have prickled the public conscience, provoke action before, like that one of Nick Ut, 1972 photograph from South Vietnam of the naked 9-year Phan Thi Kim Phuc. I can't help but wonder if our images and stories will drop down the collective memory hole in the new media terrain. Because nowadays images spread via numerous websites, social media, unmediated, unconfirmed, unfact-checked, just to confirm that the people making them, posting them, are still alive at that moment anyway, until the moment came, like in the attempt to occupy the Capitol in the January the 7th, 2021, with a bunch of associated equipment, abandoned and a crowd tracing. We are the news now. So we have projections of one suffering only through oneself, the deluge of image leading to migrant or war porn, the locality, managing the perceived threats posed by third country nationals. A small and fast example, I assume that all of us were aware of this great photo of the truce Christmas truce in the World War I, Germans. I was lucky enough to shoot a similar one at Idomeni, borderline of Greece with North Macedonia at that time. The caption read, "A Macedonian riot policeman offered a cigarette, etc., after riots stopped." What happened afterwards was only a flame war about the titling of the riot police. Both of the sides. No one paid attention to the scene, no one paid attention to what was happening there, and they just focus in, this is the locality. So we are from a journalism that is as good as the person who transmit, we moved into a journalism that is as good as your curiosity. And this has to be served. This image is from Haiti in 2010, after the earthquake and the outbreak of cholera. Would you like to see how this image was taken? You have to be there. And we all came back with now with the new title, PTSD, and we have to deal with that. I'm closing with one of my favorite images. When I saw this, facing this image captured in the shores of Aegean Island by my friend Orestes Seferoglou, automatically the words of my beloved philosopher Walter Benjamin appears to my mind. Allow me to read it to you. This is how one pictures the angel of history. His face is turned toward the past. Where we perceive a chain of events, he sees one single catastrophe that keeps piling ruin upon ruin and hurls it in front of his feet. The angel would like to stay, awaken the dead, and make whole what has been smashed. But a storm is blowing from paradise. He has got caught on his wing with such violence that the angel can no longer close them. The storm irresistibly propels him into the future, to which his back is turned, while the pile of debris before him grows sky. Disclaimer, the views are my own, they are not necessarily represent the official position of the institution. It's part of the seminars at Cambridge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving to the third.
Απλά το κλείνω και κλείνω την παρουσίαση και ανοίγω τη δική μου για να μην...
Έχεις πολύ δίκιο, άστο. Άστο, Λεωνίδα, τώρα που δούλεψε στο χέρι μου, το έχεις στο... Εδώ, το έχεις φορτώσει. Ποιο είσαι? Πού είσαι? Αυτό?
Ναι.
Sorry. So I'll put yours. Holger, eh? Holger.
It works?
Είναι εδώ.
Okay, and I can just go like this. Okay. All right. Very, very difficult, of course, to continue on after this this presentation and very, very heart-rending pictures there. Thank you very much, Dimitrios. I will be speaking about pictures as well a little bit, so maybe that's where it fits as well. I was just looking, actually, I had provided a subtitle which didn't make it onto the front, Questioning the Universality of an Unencumbered Gaze. So it has very much to do with images and with pictures as well. This is also, this is the reason why I feel a little bit uneasy when I'm talking about media literacy, because I think the word literacy is very much clouding over the fact that most of the information we are getting these days, and it's becoming more and more, which is actually visual. And literacy is not a good descriptor literacy is not a good descriptor for visuality. So that's what I would like to do. This is part of a book that's coming out where I'm trying to redefine what visuality actually is in the 21st century in regards to philosophy and also to the history of seeing, vis-a-vis and opposed to literacy. So I'm just going to give you a couple of slides here. Unfortunately, we don't have the big picture, which would be a little bit more helpful. The first picture there is a representation of Plato's cave, as you can see. And the second one is seamen in the 1890s sitting around a big stove in Canada, actually. Then we move on to this slide, where we will see a typical US family in the 1950s. So you'll notice that the fire has been replaced by something else that everybody is looking at. And then this is a picture from 2010s, where we have loads and loads of screens available and different people using different kinds of screens at the same time, supposedly. Here we have our favorite machine of the last 60, 70 years, and also the development of the television, including the television screen. I would also like to quickly quote two poets. One of them is Charles Baudelaire in his short essay, poetic rendition of Les Fenêtres from 1863. He says, "He who looks out at the world from an open window never sees as many things as he who looks at a closed window. There's nothing deeper, more mysterious, more fruitful, more shadowy, or more dazzling than a window lit by a candle. What we can see in daylight is always less interesting than what happens behind a window pane. Deep in the dark or luminous aperture, life lives, life dreams, life suffers." And then fast forward about 100 years, we'll get to Jacques Brel, one of the most famous, maybe the most famous chansonnier. And he has a song that I like very, very much, and surprisingly is called Les Fenêtres, the windows. I dare not think that they are used to veil more than to let in the light of summer. No, I prefer to think that a closed window only serves to help lovers love each other. And this is a screenshot from Soylent Green. Maybe some of the older audience members might remember that film from 1973. Again, a fantastic film about a dystopic future where actually people can use assisted suicide to die because there are so many of them. And the name Soylent Green, I'm not going to tell you where it comes from, what it means, is something really, really horrible. And so this is the death scene of the protagonist, Saul, who decides to end his own life, where he is just completely enclosed by a huge screen. Something that in 1973 was very, very futuristic, but that today, of course, is run-of-the-mill. And now I'm having a problem. Can I read this? Can I make this bigger on my screen or not? I can read it on, okay, but then I don't have the mic. Let me see, I can just take that.
No, don't take it. No.
Huh?
If you insist, reading.
I do insist. Okay, but okay. All right, but I have to read this because this is seriously theoretical, so there's a lot of stuff in there, but I do want to throw this at you. But the television screen does not only simply simulate reality, its ontology requires it to try and usurp and eventually, possibly, supersede it. Here, its users play a central part. Engel, in 2021, states that television as a whole behaves ontographically. It writes down and creates reality towards its surrounding world, into which it enters and intervenes, including its anthropo-mediatic entanglement with its users. It impinges on the reality of its reception situation and forcefully generates its own epistemic reality. Its insidiousness is such that it pretends to be only an option for understanding reality, and thus does not vie for a suspension of disbelief, as the cinematic experience suggests, to its participants within a clearly defined and limited time span. The suspension of disbelief that we all know from Coleridge screens desire and insists upon from their users are of an internal kind in competition with and attempting to displace reality. And herein the duplicitous screen's danger lies. So this is the problem that the screen is having. It is vying for our attention. It is splitting our attention away from reality or adding another reality to the reality within we are. And if you have, typically we do, 3, 4, 5 screens around, you can imagine what that does to reality. Eyesight and the screen. Eyesight as a distant sense, but one that, sorry, I have to do this right. Eyesight as a distant sense, but one that oftentimes, okay, that does not help. Okay, to reel things in, the desires of the eyes. Charlie Brooker's Black Mirror TV series from 2011, the last I think that season 6 was just dropped, actually, just came out, takes the threats from an over-reliance on such mirrored screen devices more seriously. Go to the big one. So virtual screened worlds are here to stay. We can't get away from this. They're becoming more and more. We need to understand that we are wearing rose-tinted glasses. And this is part of teaching media entanglement, I think. Very, very important that we do have these screens all the time. We're not getting away from them. The windows we are given, inclusive of sites they offer us, come at a price. While the candle has given way to a backlit screen, the appealing and compelling mystery of what happens behind closed windows continues to fuel our love for them. In her magisterial work, The Virtual Window from 2006, Anne Friedberg speaks of this temporal flânerie that we are involved in when we are engaging with screens, which the screen affords us and demonstrates how the window as an architectural opening for light and ventilation ceded its priorities to the modern function of the window, namely to frame a view. This, she claims, is still the case despite the multiplicity and ubiquity of screens. As the beholders of multi-screen windows, we now receive images still and moving, large and small, artistic and commercial, in spatially and temporally fractured frames. This new space of mediated vision is post-Cartesian, it is post-perspectival, post-cinematic, and post-televisual. And yet it remains within the delimited bounds of a frame seen as on a screen.
Bingo.
Okay. Oh, now I can read it. Thank you. Okay, let me put this away. I did not bring the right glasses today, I have to say. I am screen challenged. Okay, right. So here it is imperative to remember that virtual images are a second-order materiality, not a first, but a second, arising from the screen. It is their seductiveness and our desire to equate them with or replace and or supersede a first materiality, as aptly described by Baudelaire, which makes them at least challenging and at worst a danger. Unreflected, the dream factory produces only nightmares. This does have to do with the Baudrillardian simulacra, phantasms living in their own world, but even more so with the virtuality of the world evoked through screen media, which oscillates between these simulacra and the residue representations of the real in the virtual world and its claims to be the real. The virtual's claim to historically at first masculine and then feminine virtue is then only a short wishful step away, but etymologically rather removed. So, there's loads of people who've done screen critique, mostly with television. So I don't have time to go through this with you. But what we're getting from there is the duality and the duplicity of the screen. There's a wonderful German word I do have to share with you. Christoph will know it. It's Mattscheibe. Which is literally translated an opaque disc, a window pane. It's a slang for television that we use in German, but it's also a slang for a momentary lapse of reason. So I think these two coincide and comment on each other very, very well. Adorno in 1954, well, you can imagine what Adorno was saying, bad television. He says television is doing bad things. Luhmann, interestingly enough, from systems theory, says exactly the same thing. He says TV, or screen time, as we call it today, is a non-consensual reality that usurps reality and insists, as long as people believe in it, that it is a reality. Stanley Cavell, the eminent Harvard philosopher, also talks about the fact of television. His field was cinema, so he just compares cinema with television and says television is bad, cinema is good. Anyway, Marshall McLuhan, very much contrary to all of the aforementioned, he says, of course, television is a cool thing, a cold medium, as he calls it. It represents the world only, inserting in themselves the viewers between the viewer and the viewed. Lean back trumps lean to. Michel Foucault and Martin Heidegger on the care of the self. Again, this has to do with the way how we are creating ourselves. We've talked about this already, the way media and screen media in particular are creating our own realities, but not just our realities, but also our own subjectivity. And then we have Giorgio Agamben and Michel Foucault again, where Agamben talks about the so-called dispositif, one of the major philosophical constructs of Foucault, and he talks about the way mugshots were created in the 1890s in France, in a way creating criminals or making criminals out of all of us today. Possible solutions, and that's where it gets good, I think. Friedberg and Jaime Del Val trace this kind of limitation to vision to a specific point in time, that of Alberti describing inventing perspectivalism in the early 15th century. Del Val writes, a peculiar historical and highly reductive mode of perception, the fixed point of vision of linear perspective that since the Renaissance until today has been the most successful means of reduction of movement and bodies to calculable elements. This reduction has been unfolding over millennia in what I more recently call the Algoricene, or the age of algorithms, as tendency to reduce movement to codifiable sequences by reducing its field-like ontological indeterminacy, aligning it into causal trajectories. So what De Waal then proposes is proprioception, our idea of understanding ourselves also through the screens as situated in a particular place at a particular time. Something that is being led ad absurdum by what Apple calls their new goggles, this idea of spatial computing. That space is somewhere completely removed from the space we are actually in. Or again, it also tries to usurp that. Okay, so De Waal then says, body intelligence, our understanding, our local understanding of who and where we are is very, very important in order to kill that negative aspect of the screen. The phrase, the power of the media, is typically used to designate the content presented within the media system and with which people's minds are then filled, in today's lingo, software. This is true, but only tells half of the story. As Agamben argues, it is truly the system of media, inclusive of the hardware, that creates challenges as we experience an ever more difficult time to extract ourselves from the screened universe. Agamben would surely agree with Adorno's dictum that a true life is impossible within the framework of a false one. But Adorno's original sentence that actually read, you can't live privately or properly, correctly anymore, a much more reduced version of the all-powerful and comprehensive dictum that says that we cannot live anymore because we live in a bad world, that made it into his Minima Moralia volume. As the previous tried to show, the screen universe incorporates the changes of the Foucauldian dispositif, of a Heidegerian Gestell, the enframing, the technology that we are using, which is prone to abuse. But both Adorno's sentence as well as the logical axiom quoted above do not have to remain the last word on things. As much as the human subject was a product of Enlightenment screens, the post and transhuman is a product of a post-screen era in which questions of the power of media have to be renegotiated anew and appropriated to simulated worlds. For the first time, we can look behind the screen without destroying its magic or be necessarily disappointed by what we find. As Ng demonstrates, especially projections go a long way to aid in this questioning and challenging the line between simulation and reality. This is TeamLab, one of my favorite artists collective from Japan. They are creating these immersive environments with loads and loads of projectors. So I think this is one way of having the proprioception as well as the possibilities of the new media all come together. So Staring into Space updated, these are the new Apple goggles, so from Plato to Apple. And that was it. Thank you very much.
I was very much stimulated with the thoughts that you shared today. So now no presentation can eat out our lunchtime. Okay? So that's the priority.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
60 years.
Όχι ρε πούστη. Πάλι χάθηκε. Έβασε. Το κλείνουμε και τα ανοίγουμε, κατεβάζουμε καπάκι.
Το πιάσα, ξέρεις, κεντά του.
Τι.
Θα σου εκεί.
Α, και παίρνει το ποντίκι εκεί. Πάει στην άλλη οθόνη.
Τώρα το πιάσα.
Έχει να τελειώσει το συνέδριο.
Έλα. Πού είσαι ρε. Βάλε το άνοιξε. Το έχεις εδώ. Είναι το πάρει πολύ. Να το κάνεις και θα πάρει πόσο αυτό.
So, good afternoon. My name is Spriadis Neophytos. I'm an adjunct lecturer from University of Patras in strategic communication. And I will talk about media representations of war with the focus in the Palestinian-Israel conflict of 2001. The conflict is generally ongoing in this area, but the focus is on that particular time of May 2001. So the first questions I posed in order to see how the media interact with a war situation or during conflict is whether the media actually pick sides, international media pick sides during conflict. And is the war presented in terms of media objectivity, or do they use strategic framing or other strategies to enhance a state narrative for the conflict they actually narrate? What is the media main function they follow of international media, the international media during a conflict? As it is common knowledge, the media usually interact through a political logic or a media logic. A central question is at what time do they, how they report during a conflict when we have to do with a war in a specific country. Do they follow actually a national strategic narrative, or do they report just the events? So according to the theories, the political logic is the needs of the political system and political institution or political parties, governmental agencies, etc., to take center stage and shape how political communication is played out, covered, and understood. So media logic, on the other hand, is when the news values and the storytelling techniques the media make use to take advantage of their medium and its format and to be competitive in the ongoing struggle to capture people's attention. Somehow, we might say that the media logic is more connected to how media report according to their standards, whereas political logic is how they reproduce the main narrative from the political system. So in foreign policy issues, however, the reporting might actually change a little bit. Media reporting on foreign policy issues differ actually from media function in the domestic political environment. because media reporting may be affected by the political system, either whether it's authoritarian, democratic, hybrid, etc. In some cases, the media identifies with a national narrative and report foreign policy news from that perspective. In other cases, media develop a political agenda for foreign policy issues. Two theories explaining these aspects, which is the CNN effect theory, which considers how the media actually may mobilize an interest on a specific policy, foreign policy issues in the domestic field. And on the other hand, it's not concerning almost just foreign policy issues, it's the cascade activation model, according to Edman, which says that the narratives of and the framing actually of the political elites shape political news and cover the narrative. So in the international political environment, the media usually play a part in the information war, taking the position of the home country. This is an assumption. And we have here, which is I'm going to introduce, a character assassination technique that also is a part of information warfare and tries to destroy actually the reputation of a country or a system. And this has more to do with reputational attacks in the international conflict, which is a part actually of a strategic communication that performs an increasingly prominent role in international conflicts. Often states aim to deconstruct or even destroy the image of their opponents, who attempt to threaten their legitimacy or trustworthiness and destabilize their position in the international system. The attack on a country's reputation or the deconstruction of its international image through acts of war or atrocities may mobilize international public opinion. So such attacks during international conflicts and nowadays may be part of an orchestrated information war. And then we have also the new concept of character attacks in international politics, which may be an attack against another political leader or a whole nation, which may undermine the image of the nation as a whole, or just demonizing the enemy. And then we have the concept of interstate character assassination, which refers to the pursuit of states to destroy the image of an opponent state. The term includes the process and a systematic attempt of a political elite of a country to defame an opponent in the international political environment. The targets of an interstate character assassination may be political leaders that are being identified usually with the country itself by referring to the country as an entity, and the people of the country, for example, when we say the French do that and this. So this is a part of a political strategy that may be used in the international field in order to defame or prepare actually attacks against another country. The main question, however, of this presentation is what do the media do and if they are actually becoming part of this, shall we say, game. So for this question, the purpose of the analysis examined the character assassination techniques in news media during the 11-day conflict in May 2001 between Israel and Palestine. We used a mixed methods approach, a qualitative content analysis in the news concerning the Israel-Palestinian conflict based on a pre-developed typology of character attacks, and a quantification of codes developed by the qualitative analysis afterwards. So I will not go to the research question, because so not to waste our time, I will go to the results. So we used, I didn't mention that, we analyzed basically CNN, Times of Jerusalem, which is a local newspaper in Israel, and Al Jazeera from the Arabic point of view. So apart from the, shall we say, local newspaper, the other two are considered international media. So the CNN had 24 articles for the 11-day Israel-Gaza conflict in May 2021. The network seemed to maintain a balanced projection for both sides. There was no obvious attempt of disinformation, as news were presented in a balanced way. The articles presenting the Palestinians as the victims of attack usually follow a justification from the attacks by the Israeli side, which was an official source, either from the government or from the Israeli Defense Force, or a high-ranking official. The Palestinians were being depicted as just victims that provoked actually the attack. The Palestinian stories and accusations were presented through witnesses, victims, and other Palestinian citizens. So we see a slight difference, but other than that, it was mainly balanced. The interesting part is that the word Palestinian was used more than 1,000 times. In comparison to Hamas, which was used only 192 times. Other than that, the CNN used mainly the strategy of allegation, as we can see here. I don't know if you can read that, but the second most common use was that the innocent victim frame for the Palestinians. They were depicted in an innocent projection. And the third was demonization. The other strategies were less used and are not so important. A melodramatic frame, for example, and the strategic blaming frame. Al Jazeera news media network seems to have a slightly different orientation than CNN, showing some support to the Palestinian side. The news media network uses more witness stories, forming a melodramatic frame that seems to enhance the projected image of the innocent victim for the Palestinians. Titles like Victims of Aggression, Everything Lost in an Eye Blink, Gaza Tower Targeted by Israel, constructs a narrative of victimhood for the Palestinians using strategic blame against Israel, forming the image of the aggressor. As well, here we have more, as we can see the differences with CNN, we have more demonization for the more for the Israeli side, and a strategic blame that aims also more to the Israeli side of how things are going into the war. And we have a third, also allegations. All these strategies are part basically of a character assassination attempt. And the third now newspaper we analyzed, the Times of Israel, differs significantly in terms of the representation of events. The position of the news media network is pro-Israeli to a very high extent. The outlet highlights the casualties of the Israeli forces and the citizens. They refer directly to the opposing side as Hamas and not as Palestinians, naming it also as a terrorist organization. So we see how much more biased, shall we say, is this newspaper towards Israel. The overrepresentation of the attacks in the newspaper outlet is softer than in the other news media networks examined. The IDF attacks are being presented as a very organized and precise plan with specific targets that affect only the terrorist leaders and its operatives and not the general public. And as we can see here, we have more bolstering of the Israeli forces, that they are doing everything very well organized, as we said, very good, everything is very good planned, and nobody else than those who needs to be killed are injured or killed. We have also allegations to the other side, to the Palestinians, and as we said, they use mostly the term of Hamas. We have also strategic blame, and we have also an enemy image built for the Palestinian side. So as we can come to some conclusion, we can say that not all international media using a balanced way of projecting things. We might say, although it is not very safe to conclude, is that the media are taking a state's narrative place. We see that the CNN is slightly objective because also the Americans, they don't want to intervene much with the conflict. We see that the Times of Israel is very biased towards Israel, and it's very clear having and adopting the strategic narrative of the Israeli side. And we see that the Arab news media outlet, which is also an international media, and that might also matter, is that they have also a slight objectivity view with a balanced perception of events, but slightly differs and goes with the Palestinian side than, of course, the Times of Israel. I believe that it will be very interesting to see other news media, international media, and of course other conflicts in order to be safe into the conclusions we came up with this research. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Very interesting. Classical, typical comparative research on international journalism. This really reminds me of the Japanese movie Rashomon. You know, one incident, many different interpretations of the same thing. Okay, move on to the last presentation.
Not the least.
Not the least.
Yes. Να το βάλω full screen. So, good morning, everyone. After action, so it's okay. So, after all these interesting presentations, just some more minutes.
PowerPoint.
Θέλεις PowerPoint?
Το είχε πάει στο στούντιο.
Εγώ το έχω στο... Να το βάλω στο εξωτερικό. Μέσα στο εξωτερικό μου.
Ναι, αν το έχεις PowerPoint, κάτω. Just 1 minute.
Και δεν θα βγει ποτέ. Και δεν έχει μεταφραστεί λίγο. Century. Not century. Να μου το δοκουσάλεις έτσι. Πέρνα.
Βαλτιζό. Κάνε εσύ την εισαγωγή να το περάσω εγώ να μην το...
Το δεύτερο.
Το European Union.
Ναι.
Okay. Όχι.
Let's go to finish up with this panel. We're going to speak about European Union's digital diplomacy during the war in Ukraine. And this presentation is part of the activities of the Jean Monnet Chair, European Union Public Diplomacy of the Journalism and Mass Media Department of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And I would like to thank also Professor Fragonikopoulos for all the help for this research. I'm Eleni Epikoudi, and my background is in Balkan Studies and International Relations. So, the war in Ukraine has changed the geopolitical landscape and the political decisions. European leaders have actively supported, advocated, and pushed for political support towards Ukraine. And this research is focused on the extent to which the war in Ukraine has changed the EU's public diplomacy and what this can mean for the future of European decision-making. In order to support the arguments of the research, Twitter has been mostly used as a source of information. Before we dive into the research and the case studies, let's shortly discuss the political developments. On February 24th of 2022, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This was the first time that war outburst in the European soil after the 1990s and the Yugoslavian wars, and undoubtedly neither European Union nor the international community was prepared and organized to deal with such an incident. Today, the war is in progress and creating a general multi-level crisis in peace and stability, the economy, energy, and food security. At this context, European leaders used basically public diplomacy and especially social media to provide awareness and promote their messaging and actions toward European citizens and the world. Twitter has been widely used as a tool to present European decisions and create a common stance and understanding of the invasion, as we're going to see. Drawing on social informatic research, this article seeks to advance our understanding of how digital technologies shape the context in which public diplomacy operates by reshaping the medium of public communication, blurring the boundary between foreign and domestic affairs, and empowering new actors. The methodology that we used was to analyze the stance of EU towards the war in Ukraine and how this has been presented over Twitter. In order to do so, we selected 3 representatives of EU institutions: Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament, and Charles Michel, President of the European Council. 3 milestones of the war in order to have a better and clear image. The first one, the first 20 days of the war, to see the first insights. Then the second is the Bucha massacre, in order to see how international community reacted on that massacre. 1 year of the war, 28th February of 2023, to see if they stick on the same way. In order to do so, we analyze the number of the tweets, the tone, and the use of specific wording or framing, and also we try to see in what kind of audience they refer to. So let's first of all discuss what is public diplomacy really quickly. Nowadays, communicating with the citizens of the other states and shaping public opinion are a key component of diplomacy. The majority of governments and international organizations set as an OASIS priority the promotion of their image and reputation with long-term visions of creating a favorable environment for their acceptance of their positions and interests. Therefore, public diplomacy is the public face, let's say, of international diplomacy. More precisely, public diplomacy is a communication process that aims at the balanced and honest representation of the positions of a state or an international organization in the international public opinion. The new public diplomacy is the new term that has been used in the academic literature, which attempts to connect the concept of public diplomacy with the new era of information. And at this point, international factors and states are using the internet and new technologies towards that direction. Due to the enormous and high-speed development of technology, borders and the differentiation between the national and international news has been disappeared. In this sense, internet and more precisely social media can play a crucial role in the political developments, campaigning and exercising a soft power foreign policy. EU public diplomacy at this sense and their political representatives are widely using the new public diplomacy over the last years. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and other social platforms are part of their work and advocacy method to achieve various outcomes. The positive and utmost importance elements of this practice are the direct communication with voters or differently citizens, the participation that the citizens can have on the political discussion and decision making, the enhancement of legitimacy over various decisions, and the up-to-date and immediate information. As we're going to see from our case, all these elements can actively help and promote a common European understanding and identity for various topics. Here, our first study, we will start with Ursula von der Leyen, which is the President of the European Commission since 2019. During the first 20 days of the war, the President of the Commission has published 43 tweets regarding the war in Ukraine. The main hashtag was Ukraine, and the purposes behind that was to inform and comment on the latest political developments, and secondly, to present and promote the decision of the European Commission regarding the war. We can say that she also provided crucial information for statements, meetings, measures, and finally sanctions against Russia. And the public discussion and generally the public diplomatic stance were aligned with the European political decisions and actions regarding the war. Her tone that has been used and is still using is simple, with easy language and clear messaging. The second case is Roberta Metsola, the President of the EU Parliament and also a political figure which uses social media to promote the work of the Union and its stance on various topics. War in Ukraine is one of the topics that she actively commented on and highlighted on her Twitter account. During the first 20 days of the war, we can see pretty much the same tweets with Ursula von der Leyen, using the following hashtags, with, I would say, different purposing, that she focused more on the commitment to the European values. She also promoted the work of the European Parliament. And another aspect that Metsola promoted is the public dialogue, was the gender issues on the war and the causes that violent actions may have on women and girls. In this vein, she referred several times to the refugees that fled from Ukraine, and especially women and children who try to survive by going to neighboring countries. Meeting and discussions was also part of her tweets, and generally Roberta Metsola had a more strict and decisive wording and tone in her tweets. The audience can easily understand the stance of the European Parliament and the call for action, in difference with the previous one, as well as the critical and condemning tone towards Russia's aggressions, asking for justice and safeguarding the EU values. Lastly, the third case study was Charles Michel, President of the European Council. He, in comparison with the first two ladies, wrote 71 tweets during the first 20 days of the war, with the following hashtags, as you can see. as he wrote in one of his tweets on March 13 of 2022, we can resist and defend a free and open Ukrainian society turned towards Europe. We are fully mobilized, firm, united, and with massive financial and humanitarian support. Furthermore, as President of the EU Council, he shared important information regarding the decision-making, the procedures, and the EU diplomatic attempts to assist Ukraine and provide awareness to the public audiences. As an extent, it is obvious that he used public diplomacy to reassure and promote EU as a global political actor. Following Charles Michel's tweet account, someone can identify the public image of an extroverted, communicative, and active political figure. Despite the fact that the engagement and the interaction with the audiences are not so high as with the previous two politicians, the President of the EU Commission promotes vividly the work and network of the EU. The tone that he is using is simple, clear, and decisive. And now to go to the conclusions and the general idea that we get for EU public diplomacy during the war in Ukraine. That was one example that we can understand how public diplomacy has changed and will affect more in the future communication with wider audiences. During the war, EU was found under new pressuring developments. By researching the decision-making and the public diplomacy of the Union, we can conclude that EU has responded with cohesion and determination by supporting Ukraine, promoting European values, and imposing sanctions towards Ukraine. However, the lack of a common plan and strategy for foreign policy and the discussion of the EU strategic autonomy came once again in the surface. By observing and analyzing the public digital diplomacy of three high-ranking EU politicians, we can identify the political debates, the stance and decisions of the executive bodies of the European Union, and the common channels of sharing information and understanding the needs and the perspectives of the public. Taking all this into consideration, Russian invasion in Ukraine is an incident that brought to the surface unresolved issues of the EU and pressured for fast and meaningful decisions. The battle against disinformation and reminding to the EU citizens the core European values made EU politicians to actively engage with digital audiences and promote their perspectives. Despite a small part of the population, EU achieved to create and promote a common stance and policy toward the member states and the EU population. Thank you very much.
So it seems that we have succeeded to five presentations within the time limit. And I have no idea what's going on in other rooms, you know. Hopefully they are not in disastrous situations. Maybe they are still playing on. But until they interrupt us for lunch break, maybe we can enjoy a few minutes of discussion.
You want to?
I guess someone is monitoring both rooms, you know. So hopefully, maybe I don't know, 15 minutes, depending on what's going on in the other room. Welcome to your questions or comments.
I want to ask Eleni. How I enjoy your reading your paper. I want to ask see how could EU stop the kind of fake and other kinds of information going into the system? I suppose the consensus, EU consensus may not be consensus of all the people or other views. How could they stop other kinds of alternative ideas in social media?
I don't know if you hear me. Okay. I mean, in social media, it's pretty much difficult to check what is out there. But I think that the position that the European Union took And also that was part of the member states' political decisions from the first day of the war to support Ukraine and understand what is really happening. We had real-time information, and journalists from various countries, also from Greece, that went there from the first day. So we had all this information in order to promote the true there, and also identify when a propaganda message or fake news tried to spread out from the other side. So I think that was the important thing, that we had researchers and journalists from the first day of the war there, and that the Union acted really fast on the direction that they took in order to provide the narrative and the perspectives that they wanted to present to the public.
Sorry, I would like to comment on this question. May I? On this question, just to continue. To comment, to add a comment on that.
I am he's the co-author.
Join us, Christos.
Tomorrow,
Join us.
we will define digital public diplomacy to a greater extent than we did today, so you can understand what we are talking about. But when it comes to the European Union, it is important to note that by the heads of the European institutions allowed them to take control of the situation. Because, as in any other crisis, the European Union responded, slowly but decisively at the later stage. Okay, and it allowed the institutions to guide the conversation in a way. They speak as a whole for the European Union rather than individual leaders. And this was particularly true in the case of the pandemic. You will see that, if you remember, about 6 months for the European Union to respond properly. Okay, but if it wasn't for the institutions and the heads of the institutions and the messages that they promoted through Twitter or any other social media, things might have not gone in the way they did. So something they have internalized. If you use your computer to talk to your children, also use your computer to talk to your children.
No, I'm covered. Pretty much I would say the same, that it was the first time that the European Union acted preemptively in order to protect. And when we are talking about the fake news, I'm saying we are meaning the fake news from the European side, not to block fake news from other sources or from other countries. This is what they succeeded. This is what we succeeded as Europe to do that for the first time practically.
Well, something was a bit unclear, because when we say public diplomacy, by definition, public diplomacy is an orchestrated effort of communication by directly toward the people in other countries.
That is all of them.
But by definition, I said that in this case, it was unclear to me what was the target audience in this case. Is that the EU people or non? But I still think this is valid definition of public diplomacy. Then the EU's communication effort is targeting the non-EU population first. In this case, I was not sure whether the EU tweets targeting like the EU people or non-EU people. If this is EU people, how could it be a diplomacy? You know, the EU is talking to its own people. When your government is talking to your own people, we don't say it's a diplomacy, right? It's a sort of direct communication, like could be a public promotion or something. I'm not using it. So I was a bit wondered.
Correct.
Yes?
And it's a multicultural and multi-ethnic union. Are independent sovereign states, countries that consist European Union. We are not United States of Europe, unfortunately.
EU as a communicator is actually talking to its own constituents, which is the European Union people. And could we still apply the concept of public diplomacy when a is speaking to its own constituents? So that was my point.
Yeah, I would like to add also, because the thing that I would try to highlight in the presentation and the case studies was that the 3 case studies was referred, firstly, I would say, to the people of the Union, because we refer to different member states with different views and perspectives. So it was also part of the plan to guideline everyone on the one European perspective about what is happening in the world. And secondly, also to refer to the wider international politics outside the European Union. So it was both.
Yes, you know. During the pandemic and afterwards, the European Union, apart from the use of social media, has all together, which talks to people outside the European Union. So these are things that we are here to
Okay. I guess I answered. So thank you.
And sorry. Wait. I would like to add something because what you said and has to be clarified moving further to Chris, because it's a great example, the use of pandemic. You have to understand, we have to understand that Ukraine treated differently. Pandemic was a common threat. Either you lived in Portugal or in Poland or in Moldova or Romania or wherever. Ukraine was different, considered, different from the Polish people, from the neighboring countries, and from the people with different distance. And you have never to forget that we are not a United States of Europe. We are a common union of different countries, different beliefs, all of us democracy. And this is very crucial in understanding how European Union is working, and that's why this paper was excellent.
Okay, I guess this paper, even if it was not the direct purpose of the paper, reflecting the nature of EU, the characteristics of EU, especially at the time of crisis like this.
If I may add something to this point, is that because it's also somehow my area of research, international communication, the EU has this, what they're referring to, different countries, but there is also another point that has to do with perception management. And at that point, the European leaders needed to build a rally effect, a European rally effect, each one in his country, and in general, as a European Union, as an organization, or as a united front, shall we say. So this, I believe, was towards that point, to build a coherent front strategically, in order to build one opinion towards Russia and towards the otherness.
Obviously, EU has a double sort of aspect as a unity.
Two questions. One is about the EU democracy. It's so simple that these 3 leaders of EU about their Twitter account.
Well, I can say to you that the European external action
Christos, join us. Don't be so snobbish, okay? You are the president of the department, but okay.
She did it all on her own.
So I give you a secret.
Yes, but
Δώσε το μικρόφωνο. Για να βγαίνει και
sorry. I am answering because yes.
Have you finished?
Yes, I'll tell you.
Yes, maybe please let me.
Και στο streaming, χρειάζεται το μικρόφωνο για το
Let
streaming.
her finish first, okay?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Because you talk about democracy, actually, it's just 50 days about the war begin. So I know it's important, but I think it's really important. Okay.
Yes.
And the second question is for Mr. Yes. Sorry. Israel, it has been a long story. And I think many, not only reporters, but also journalists and researchers have found many ways to give a more balanced view about this conflict. So I'm wondering that paper about the framing, about the communication strategy, that's something new you have found. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Okay, can I answer? I pretty understand your point. In the final paper, the numbers are there. Just to have an idea, Ursula von der Leyen, which is the most popular, I would say, over Twitter, has around 1.4 million followers. And then follows, as we said, the cases Roberta and then Charles Michel with much more, I think around 500,000. But as you can see, and this is also part of the analysis, the people that are following this kind of leaders and what they actually are doing, it's pretty different because Ursula had more followers and more interactions, but from the other side, Charles Michel was more active, as we saw, and also in the final paper, we have the comparison with the other two cases of the war, the Bucha massacre and what happened 1 year after the war, to see the final image. I just present everything here.
The Extreme Action Service, which is the foreign ministry of the European Union, is the most networked institution in terms of social media use in the world. You can visit Tweeplomacy on the internet, Tweeplomacy, and it provides you all the statistics of how states are networked, how international politicians are networked, and so on. Did you understand what I'm saying? Yes?
Okay, we can visit the Tweeplomacy. It's a useful information, okay?
Question also to international media. Aspergiadis, I was wondering, I guess for sure there's. I was only wondering, because a lot of research in the field of international media, and you decided to go for CNN, to democratic orientation on the one hand. States and private. and that can lead to very polarized results. And my question is, why did you not put a very neutral player, like NHK, for instance, like BBC, like us? Was that more the idea to also to have that polarized perspective, and it's not meant too critically, and that, but it's sometimes local media, and how did you overcome that?
Yes, very, very interesting questions, both of them. So I will answer because they are also interconnected. So first of all, I would say that the orientation of the paper was not to just see how the media present the actual conflict. It was to see in a conflict situation how the media represent the views of a certain country. And this also answers to the second question, why I chose this kind of media. I needed media that were both international and somehow perhaps views from a certain country. So CNN was exactly that. It was an international media that also was very US views. And Al Jazeera is not very much country connected, but it's Arabic connected, shall we say. So that is why I chose that. I wanted also to choose BBC, for example, for a UK media outlet, but we'll do that. It's all ongoing, but the actual thing that I did not include that in the first phase of this research was because the UK also and European media, shall we say, are not very keen on this conflict. They don't represent it very much, and of course I needed something that represents actually the Israeli side. So I said that it was not the media outlet I chose was not very international, but it was domestic, and it included. And as an outcome of the research was that I did well to include that, because I saw it was the light that showed actually how the views are actually different, because it was very biased, so I could see that how biased or not are the other media. And the other thing I would like to mention is that the particular conflict is, of course, ongoing all these years, and in the foreseeable future there is no solution. So it is actually a conflict that is not very much keen on media and to report on it, and it's somehow it became a common thing that, okay, they are having war all the time, and so on. So I think that in this context, it is interesting to see actually in the conflict how those media actually represent national narrative. Because if I would go to the Ukrainian conflict, which was afterwards, of course, then it's more obvious that European media will go on national narrative and so on. So I want to see in everyday context. Thank you.
May I just comment on that very briefly? We did a study 2 years ago, actually, on CNN, on the Times of Israel and Al Jazeera, and compared their usage of press photography. And the outcome was clear. They used their own, and they never used the same picture. They only used their own sources. And CNN being all that neutral in that conflict, I'm not quite sure that is the case. I'm sure that I'm going out on a limb, but I think there's many studies that show that CNN is actually quite particular about who they support in this. Yeah, so I think this is a really, really interesting study there. If I may also, may I ask Aphrodite one question? I was wondering, have you seen Alaska Daily?
No.
Which is an NBC show that came out last year and ended just this spring, which is exactly about what you were talking. It is about the disappearance of Inuit women and Hilary Swank playing a very tough journalist from New York being transplanted to Anchorage and investigating this. I think this would fit very, very well into the scope of what you are doing.
All right.
You're okay.
Well, actually, she was mentioning that there's been some research on the Palestinian-Israeli conflicts over the years, and considering that the media bias has always been there, then I thought your research was very interesting, but then can you clarify if there's anything new or anything unique out of your own research compared with other existing research on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, which has been like 50 years now?
Well, the new fact that I would think is adding to the existing research, which I would say, according to what I have read already, the outcomes are somehow the same. I mean, reporting on that. The new thing is that actually, so it is not very clear, but I would say it's a sign. They take actually position according to a state narrative, according to the policy, actually, not always the state narrative, according to the state's policy, and they follow that.
What we say, political parallelism in
and this actually is very interesting because if we look at from our nowadays knowledge and perspective about information war and the use actually of strategic communication in war conflict, that the media may become part of the information war and shape perceptions of international audiences.
There's tons of research. I actually did research, and which I don't, also has some value. So new cases apply the same result. Still, I guess the result, research is.
But this is something that has been underlined by Johann Galton back in 1967.
Johann Galton?
Yes, I mean, a country is to the interests of another country.
Yeah.
It's there. What surprises me is see too much research like this. But we don't see research on alternative media and how they cover the conflict. And it is a fact that both in Israel and in Palestinians have developed alternative media channels.
Well, actually, the appearance of the coming of Al Jazeera was actually almost revolutionary, because before the days of Al Jazeera, now Al Jazeera is making a little bit of alternative voice to the international
news. But it depends on how you define alternative. If you have an alternative voice, but your resources are again from the sources of power,
they're not. The interpretations could be different. For example, this could be another suggestion for the further research, that in the case of Korean news media, reporting Israeli Palestinian conflict or the war in Ukraine, what kind of sources would be feeding into the Korean media? Definitely US dominant media systems. So it's, the situation would be pretty much the same all over the world. So we see thousands of media outlets, but actually most of them are getting the pipelines from just a few global dominant.
And this is the challenge for the future.
Oh yes, quite challenge.
I know we don't have time to delve into this, but I do think it's at least worth noting in the conversation that all the studies that I've seen, definitely from the United States, but also from other places in the world, is that most people are getting their news through social media. So it's great for us to talk about CNN and Al Jazeera and all these sources, but actually there are a lot of influencers who have their own feelings about things that people are following, and that's where they're getting their news from. So just, you know, I just think it's important in a conversation about where news is coming from. Social media is the #1 source for news is coming from.
Very much. I mean, these days, journalists, my journalist friends, are very much afraid of writing something which they are not specializing in. Because there are specialists out there who does have their own channels, you know, political affairs, economic issues, you know. So if any media is making a mistake, these people will search and then giving a direct attack. They're making some journalists like a fool, you know, idiots. So they are very much afraid of that, and this is actually driving them to be more dependent upon like big media. You know? They feel safe, you know, if they just quote CNN or BBC, they think it's safe way to avoid the conflictual situation.
Can I just make a suggestion? For me, it would be interesting to see how the correspondence of the media in those countries cover the conflict. Because, you know, you also have journalists covering the conflict from Seattle, you know. And see, you know, this is a long, protracted conflict where people that should be heard are not heard, you know, people that have been traumatized, as Dimitris was saying, you know, people that have initiatives and proposals to make for the resolution of the conflict, but they cannot put them on the table because they are not heard. And tomorrow we will have this is a different angle that you should perhaps, I think, consider.
Thank you.
Okay. There is a crucial point, what you said, Christos. I'm scrolling in this territory in the Levant for more than 30 years. The conflict of Israel and actually the notion of Palestine from its root as was created by KGB in the 50s, mid-50s, and how it was adopted by the Arab state, so to use the Palestine nation as the filter, as the valve in the pot, is the most controlled in regards to media conflict all over the world, but definitely and doubtfully in Middle East. Why? Amidst the situation in Syria in 2013, 2015, you could find whatever you want, you can scroll around us, you have the right contacts, so you can you can really broadcast, you can really express. Where are these alternatives? There are no alternatives there. Because there are great interests, first of all, by Hamas. You know, the leader of Hamas is enjoying a super luxurious life in the Emirates, while the same from Hezbollah, that they have their own interests in the area. So all of the media sources are very few and totally controlled. Okay. And that's the problem. But I think it was an excellent selection.
To the lounge, okay? Thank you very much.
Εγώ πραγματικά μου άρεσε και θέλω αυτό που είπατε. Αυτοί οι άνθρωποι, αυτά οι διαμορφώνουν τις απόψεις του γενικού συνόλου.
Πολύ καλά και εγώ να τράξω με το slide και ακολουθούσε και μια σωστή ροή.
Would you like to stand up, please? Come in. Come join.
Oh, it's okay.
On Facebook. Flash drive.
It's PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Yeah, could we like first of all first to sit in front, tighten your.
Oh, that's not right. Opened the wrong thing. What? Speaks Greek. Come, I need somebody who can read Greek to look at this for me for a second.
I have no idea.
Do I want to click that?
To log in.
I need to open a PowerPoint. Oh, well, actually, there's the PowerPoint actually right there.
Perfect.
Okay.
You see, as soon as I came back here.
You what? Now what is it telling me? Should I close that?
It's like, yeah.
So how do I make that full screen?
Okay.
Excuse me, can you help me?
So that means we have water.
So that's not my presentation. Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
Yep.
Okay, so do I need to do anything else here?
Is it PowerPoint?
It is PowerPoint, there it is.
20? Okay.
What PowerPoint is it? Is it regular, not Google?
Yeah, short. I mean,
No, it's PowerPoint.
Can we open it again?
the others have like 5. The other final has 5. Those are 4.
So you just serve this, right?
One is not here.
That's PowerPoint.
It's just 3.
Okay.
Maybe 20, actually.
No, that's not it. And what's our time?
I think we only have 3 presenters. We can talk for the minutes. Okay. What time is it now? It's 2:30. Oh yeah, sure. Now, original time was 2:30 should be finished.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but now 1 hour and 20 minutes. I suppose we have only 3 speakers, and then we can each one can present 20 minutes, and in the end we can a brief discussion, which is really good, as it was in the last session. This platform. So I first of all give the time to Sherry Cooper. Thank you.
Oh. Hi. I saw the clicker. Hey everyone. So I hope everyone's awake after lunch, because sometimes there's a lull after eating, and so hopefully everybody's feeling a little more energized. Yes, I'm hitting the button that's going forward.
Yeah, sure.
That's an important piece.
If it's close.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we'll do
Great,
it.
thank you. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to be talking about a global comparison of children's media and looking at culture and representation and connection. This is ongoing research that I'm going to share with you. And so I'm interested in these sorts of questions. So we've been talking, at least in the sessions that I've been in the morning, about information, news mainly, and how information moves across cultures. And I'm really interested in children's media and how children consume content, where they consume content, and how they consume, what are the similarities around the world and what are the differences around the world. So some of the questions, which television programs are most popular with children at the most basic level? How does country or region impact children's media choices? Mainly television. So I could spend all of the time talking about just TikTok or just social media. I'm really going to be spending my time talking about television. So it could be on a streaming service, but television content. How is culture reflected in children's media content? I just realized I want to have my stopwatch starting here. What do children lose when the content they consume does not reflect their local culture, and what do they gain? And what does it mean to create quality content for children? That is not the right button that I just hit. Sorry, my bad. Here we go. So I'm going to skip over a bunch of things that are about, let me just go back to one. So this research is connected to a Fulbright that I'm doing this year. So I teach courses about media and children. We're starting a new program at my university that is about creating content for kids. And this Fulbright that is connected to this year, it's going over a period of time, is looking at research in different parts is looking at media content for kids in different parts of the world, specifically Australia, Brazil, England, and the United States. But you'll see that I'm talking beyond that in the information I'm going to share with you today. So I can talk to you about any one of these things that you see visuals going by, but I'm not going to focus on them. So when we talk about content for children and talking about cultural impact of the content that children see, I think it's important to ground that in just a reality about media for kids, because kids are influenced by lots of things, right? They're influenced by their family, they're influenced by their friends, they're influenced by the school they go to, they're influenced by the foods they eat, and the neighborhood that they grow up in. But media is one of those influences. It is not the only one. The thing about media that is worth remembering for all of us really, I'm talking about children, but true for all, which is that if there is any other area here that is less important in your life, or you have less knowledge of in your life, media will fill in that missing piece. So if you don't have as many friends, that's okay, because media will be your friend. If you haven't traveled a lot, that's okay, media will show you different parts of the world, right? So I'm drawing a picture here, I have an image where everything looks equal. Obviously it's not equal, it's very different for everyone, and particularly different for different children as well. So just something to keep in mind as we think about the influence of media on children. These are the countries that I'm going to briefly touch on. So a series of slides that provides anecdotal, really, information about the most popular shows that children are watching in those areas, in those countries. So the information, depending on different countries, I have the information from different ways, but it either came from other people who have done research in that area, people that I know that have children in that region or in that country, or other articles that may be written. So the information that I'm trying to get at is, what do kids like to watch? Not what is good for them to watch, but what they like to watch, okay? So as a place to begin, we'll begin with the United States, right? So in the United States, these are some of the shows things that are very popular for kids to watch. And again, I'm going to go through these slides, this part of the slides quickly, so I can talk more about the findings and the evaluation of it. So Gabby's Dollhouse is a series that's on Netflix. It's very popular. Bluey is a show. So I'm going to ask some of you if you've seen any of these things, because it might help you to understand. Has anybody seen Bluey? Anybody have? Because Bluey is a global phenomenon. It's out of Australia, but it is probably the most popular children's television program on TV across the world right now. So if you haven't watched it, you should. It's very cute. It's about an animated family of, it's an animated show about a family of cattle dogs, which are dogs that are animals that are only found in Australia. It's a cute show for preschoolers. Thunderman, SpongeBob SquarePants. Has anybody ever seen an episode of SpongeBob? It's another global show. It's been from Nickelodeon for probably well over 15 years. It's been available. Still one of the most popular shows on television. Blippi's Treehouse. So Blippi, anybody seen anything with Blippi? Does anybody have young children in the room? That would influence it. So Blippi is a YouTube star, very big globally, and now has a program on Nickelodeon, on Amazon Kids, and in other places as well. And I put Marvel Studios up there. Obviously, Marvel Studios is movies, right? It's cinema, it's not television, but it's incredibly popular in the US and around the world. So just in terms of what kids are watching in the United States. I'm going to skip over that. In Colombia, so a little bit of information about each of the places programs I'm going to show you. One of the things that to keep in mind, even as you look at this, because you are from whatever country you're from, and you grew up wherever you grew up watching television, you might look at these and think, that's just like a show I watched when I was a kid. And I didn't live in Colombia, right? And that's likely to happen. I do an assignment with my students. I teach a course in media and children where I have students who are almost always speaking. They're assigned a country. I tell them to go find the most popular shows in that country. And at first, students will say, I don't speak that language. And I always say, it will not matter, because kids' content is kids' content. So even without understanding the words, I could probably show you one of these shows, and you would watch it, and you'd have a pretty good idea what's going on. Because it's young people, and when I say children, I mean it's in all of the cases, the content that I'm showing you is meant for children 13 or 14, age 13, 14, and younger. And very often for preschool, or elementary or primary school age. And you can often tell, even by the imagery that's up there, what age it's probably aiming for. So in the first one on the left, it says it combines puppets, animation, and live action to promote diversity, the value of knowledge, self-respect, respect for others, care for the earth, and love for words. And it's a combination of, it's a little hard because of the lighting here, but it's a combination of animated, three-dimensional cartoon characters and real people, live action, and then cartoons. So you've, again, probably seen shows like this when you're growing up, where it's people in a studio who are being really fun, talking to the camera, and then they interact with some cartoon characters, and then maybe it cuts away to another show with cartoons, and they come back into the studio. That's a very typical format for kids' content around the world. In the one on the far right is a more dramatic show. So 16s attend a prominent private school with only one thing in common: their vocation and passion for music. When we see a show where the title characters are teens, or whatever age they are, you can be sure that the children that are watching that show are at least 5 years younger, right? So if we see a show that features teens in high school, you know that children in middle school, 13, 12, 13, 14-year-olds, maybe even younger, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, are wanting to watch that because kids that are 10 and 11 and 12 want to be 16, 17, 18, 19. So they're watching those shows. So if you see a show in your country that is meant for teenagers, but it's all about sex and drugs and all the things that students are doing, younger people are watching that. That's the main audience for a show like that. So that's Colombia. In Brazil, you can see, even just from a brief glance at the screen, lots of animation, one live action show. So one of them is really a preschool show that aims to build a love of music. Main character is a cartoon chicken. Julio, an 8-year-old, so in Puerto Rico, is a puppet, a series of puppets, which you also see quite a bit. It's an animated show that's a family sitcom, a little more multi-level, like adult humor and humor for children as well. Luna is a program that's actually offered around the world. Many different countries have that program. Adventures of Luna, very science-focused young girl. And then telenovelas, which are popular in many different worlds. This particular telenovela had a, this is not my recommendation. The information I found online said, I thought that was interesting because rarely does information like that get put with a show, right? People who create programming for children just assume that the parents will figure that out. There's rarely information that says, this is meant for this age group. In Mexico, there are a couple of the shows in Mexico that are popular. So SpongeBob, Nickelodeon is available across the world. Disney is available across the world. And I'll be talking. SpongeBob is one of the most popular shows here. And Paw Patrol is another from Nickelodeon. Paw Patrol has been on television for probably 10 years now. And it's another one of those programs that wherever I travel, whenever I talk to people, if you have young children, they're probably watching some episodes of Paw Patrol. But there's also this series, Club de Cuervos, that's a drama, so a much adult drama, family that owns a local football club, told from the perspective of the youngest daughter who wants to take over the team. So this is a very typical setup for a program where the creators are hoping to engage the whole family, right? So it's featuring, it's told from the perspective of the young daughter, so that's going to attract children, but the story is about something that the entire family is more likely to be interested in, the local football club, and a drama about the local football. India, we've got, are you starting to see similarities even in the way the characters are drawn, right? They might look a little different in their, what kind of clothes, backgrounds might look a little more related to that geographical region. But other than that, you can see that there's a style, animation, a style of creating characters that's meant to engage children. That's true in country after country after country. So we have, and I don't know how to, intentionally not saying the names of all the shows so that I'm not mispronouncing. But the first program here is one of the most popular shows in India, and it's been on the air for a long time. Okay. And the next show is a comedy show following misadventures of two best friends, but their interesting cultural difference, they are not children, right? So it's a children's show, but it's two adult, really adult men are the leads in that program. Is a cartoon series that's been from the United States from before I was a child. I think it started in the late 1950s. But when I talked to folks in India and said, tell me the programs that your kids are watching, what is most popular, the information I got back was Tom and Jerry is a hit for years and years and years. Everyone's still watching it. And then we've got our Hattori's and Ninja Boy, who's come from the mountains to join that local community. In the United Kingdom, Welcome to the City is one of the, you can see as we go together, many, many more animated shows than live people, right? We've got Welcome to the City. Horrible Histories is a very funny show if you've never seen it before. It takes historical moments and recreates them with a lot of disgusting bodily fluids, like and it's meant for kids to get engaged in history. So it's got like a disgusting, boyish kind of, get dirty, but people are vomiting in it. I know you're probably going, why would somebody watch that? But kids love this show. Peppa Pig series that's come out of the UK is available in many, many countries around the world. And Blue Peter is actually the longest running kids TV show in the world. It's been on since the 1950s and is, again, that combination of live action people going to some cartoons in studio segments and it's the real world. These are some of the shows that are popular in Armenia. This one I thought was really interesting, Adventures. So it's called Olympico, but the subheading is Adventures of the Tsar. So it's one of the things I'll mention a little bit later in my findings. It's one of the shows that tells stories that have to do with the history of Armenia, but it's told in a comedic and entertaining way for kids. And it's a contemporary show. We've got a YouTube channel actually that's Gogo Loves English, so a fairy tale program, and then I put the YouTube Gamer up. This is the only YouTube up here so far. But again, I was taking information from the people that I was talking to in these countries, and so he's a YouTuber with lots of streaming content and very popular. So I included them on there. There's going to be a presentation about Mr. Beast later today. I think it's later today. So if you're interested in this, I don't know who's doing the presentation, but if you're interested in this topic at all, Mr. Beast is a really, he's the #1, I think, YouTuber out there, and does very positive content. So, okay. A couple of shows from Israel. And here's a couple of programs that are popular in China. So that one is Big-Headed Kid and Little-Headed Father. Is that one on the far right? I'm sorry, far left. Momo Kids is a Taiwanese channel, but again, a channel that was told to me from my friends in China that their children were watching. And one called Pleasant Big Big Wolf, right? About a group of goats living on the green grassland, a clumsy wolf who wants to eat them. It's animated. So one of the shows are animated. Often you'll see that the animals that they interact with are native animals to that region. So in one show, depending what part of the world they're in, they might be with a snake. In another part of the world, they might be with a camel. In another part of the world, the animated character is a dog. So that's where you'll often see some of the cultural differences there. Oh, I put a little note at the bottom. Peppa Pig was popular in China, but it was in around 2018 tagged by the government as being subversive and taken off the air. So one of the things we also find is that parents and government officials often have a show that can be a kid's show from some other part of the world that they decide there's something about it that is really not good for our children to see. That's happened with SpongeBob, that's happened with Peppa Pig, it's happened with a couple other shows. Sometimes, when I talk to young people and I say, a program that your parents would not let you watch. And often students are like, oh yeah, they would never let me watch this particular show. And there's not usually a good reason about it. Often people have a show. Shows in Morocco. So L'École des Fans is a program that's actually a series out of France that they have replicated the format in Morocco. I had time to show you segments from audience because some of them are really fascinating. But in this show and in one that's called Minivar, they both involve young children, I'm going to say between 4 and 7 years old, who are coming into a reality show with a male host who brings them on. Then they perform, there's an audience, people are evaluating them, but they're young children, which is unusual. We actually don't have a show quite like that in the United States, exactly like that. And Australia, so I did put Bluey on there again since it came out of Australia. The program Little Name Big Cuz has been getting a lot of critical acclaim globally because it features an Aboriginal family. And so there are many more First Nations stories that are being told in the show, and it's been popular with children of any interest, background, culture, and popular across the board. They also have a program that is called News for Kids. It's one of the few places in the world where there is a program about news for children and where it's popular. So both of those things. So I do want to, I want to acknowledge that, again, I'm focusing on television and not focusing on YouTubers per se, but I felt it was important to at least briefly touch on Like Nastia. So Like Nastia is the number one for all going on YouTube. But if she's not number one, she's in the top 5. So not just for kids, but there are so many kids watching her all around the world that she is one of the top YouTubers for any audience at all. For a child audience, she's definitely number 1. So she's originally from Russia. That's where the family was when she was very young. They moved to Florida. They're in, I think, Miami now. In the beginning, all of her content was in Russian, but it was pranks and silly games, and the family would go on picnics together and do things. It's very wholesome, but you didn't need to know Russian. It didn't really matter whether you understood what she was saying. It was really entertainment content. But there are many child influencers that are out there. And obviously, Nastia does not know how to use, well, at least when she started, She didn't know how to use a camera. She wasn't doing the editing. She didn't have the concept. Her parents did, right? It was her parents that had this idea. Her parents who decided, right, that's not coming from the child. That's coming from the parents. And so just something to think about when you watch kids that have their own YouTube channel, of which there are many. So some of the key findings. Let me see what time. Okay, so I'll go through these quickly. So the parents, scholars, and civic leaders, most people will agree we should have appropriate content for kids. Yes, that is an important thing that we should have. But the difference between we should have it and we're actually going to do something to help make it happen is a vast difference. So those definitions of childhood vary very tremendously from country to country. In some places, in the United States, children are part of family decisions. They might be part of the decision about where to go on vacation, what kind of car to buy, what kind of refrigerator to buy. The family will have a meeting. They'll talk about things together. Children have a very strong voice, and they are expected to have that voice and develop that voice through childhood. In other parts of the world, children should be seen and not heard. Your parents are going to make those decisions. You are not equipped to make that decision. Parents do that. So the way that parents are reflected and that relationship is reflected in children's content really varies from country to country. Financial support for children's media from government and other sources is minimal in most countries, and it may be connected to political goals. Depending on what how the country feels about kids and the need to educate children or tell them the cultural history of that region might impact how much money they put toward it. Children have access to more media content than ever before, but less that reflects their local culture. So we have global streamers creating global content that can come into your community. So children who maybe only had a handful of programs to watch from their local region now have thousands, if they have access to Netflix, to Hulu, to Amazon, to a local streamer, they probably have access to thousands of hours of content. And that's not even including what they can see on YouTube. I'm just talking about on streaming services, access to a lot of is likely coming from the United States or from Australia or from the UK. Those would be the three most popular places, and the US being the top one. So it's not reflecting the culture that they are growing up in. Because translation services are so easy to do now, right? You can drop things in Google Translate. As a result of that, there's much more content, again, that is being dropped into countries because the ability to have captioning or to record different voice tracks is much easier to do than it ever was before. Children's content is one of the top determinants of subscription growth for global streaming services. So if you read articles about how Netflix is growing so big, how Amazon is growing so big, it's the kids and family content. So if you're hearing about thousands and thousands of new hours of content that's available for adults in their children's area, it is at least that much, if not more. And if you don't have children, if you're not looking at that content, you probably never see it. So there's a couple little details here. I'm going to skip those things. Popular children's content across the globe. So no matter where you live, if you're accessing content for children, you are likely seeing Hollywood movies from the United States. You're likely seeing the top shows from Nickelodeon and Disney. You're likely getting access to Bollywood films. Video gamers from Europe are some of the top video gamers. And then those global, right? Nick, Disney, and Cartoon Network. So that content I see over and over and over again being offered to children. I'm just going to jump down here. So children are often savvy media users, but not media literate. So just because children can access this content, just because they know how to upload a video to YouTube, just because they know how to flick the different connectors in their home to be able to get to the different networks they want to watch, doesn't mean they're actually bringing any sort of critical thinking skills to the content that they consume or even think about. So kids still really need help with that, and their ability to access content of any kind that is appropriate for any age is almost, it's very difficult for parents to say, you will only watch this kind of content, because kids can easily access other content online. So the challenges we face right now, local media networks are finding it increasingly difficult to compete with international streaming services. Government support is waning. Even required by a regulator to produce local content, which is happening in some countries, that often can have, so you'll have a Netflix come into a country, this happened in Australia, where Netflix came into the country, the government required Netflix to create local content. Netflix paid the local camera people and audio technicians a lot of money for shows, so all of the local community worked on the Netflix programs and not on the programs created by the local production. So it still had a negative impact. Children are gaining access to more media content, but globally produced content means less content that reflects children's local culture, values, and people. I'm going to just skip over the rest of it because here's my contact information. I'm happy to talk to you more about it. I'm sorry for going over in time, but hopefully we can talk more about children's media. Thank you.
Already, based on holiday.
You know what, I'll leave that there. Yeah.
So good afternoon. I'll still be talking about children, but my focus really are left behind children in the context of transnational familyhood. So these are children left behind in the Philippines with their migrant. Let me just time myself so I don't go over time. Slides are ready. Okay, so just as a background for this study, this is actually part of my dissertation in the institution where Anthony is affiliated at Chinese University of Hong Kong. So that's the context. I'm a Filipino and I did my dissertation in Hong Kong. So my interest is also on children. So I merged all of my interests to develop this research. And this was really just part of, it was part of a chapter which is on transnational communication. But I felt that this is really an interesting finding study, and I wanted to develop this as a full paper. No, hopefully that will get published and also shared in terms of developing policies for children, programs and policies for children. So migration in the Philippines is considered a massive, started in the 1970s with then President Marcos, who saw this as an opportunity to deal with the unemployment and underemployment issues in the country. So since then, the national policies haven't changed, mainly because they see remittances as a big factor in buoying the revenues of the country. So remittances actually occupy around 9% of the country's gross domestic product. So they see this as a cash cow, and nothing really has changed since 1970s in terms of this national policy. In terms of figures, in terms of defining some concepts, transnational familyhood, according to Bryson, talks about the sense of belonging regarding despite long physical distances, and the feeling of collective despite being spread across multiple nations. Some figures in terms of the Philippine migration, we now have a total of, according to our stock of Filipinos abroad, we have 10.2 million Filipinos living and working abroad. What we call OFWs, or overseas Filipino workers, are now at 1.83 million in the latest Philippine statistics. And 6.7 of them are in Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is actually one of the top 5 receiving countries of our OFWs. In terms of why I wanted to pursue this topic, in terms of my initial findings, particularly the use of Facebook amongst children in the Philippines, this has proven to be like the single most used medium or channel or app in terms of connecting with their migrant parents abroad. And this has somehow produced some what I term a liminality for children because they're always on, always connected with their parents. They are in this state of a liminal state where they are in the Philippines, but also at the same time in Hong Kong because of this connection. So I wanted to study this, how they navigated and navigate through Facebook in terms of their relational dynamics with their migrant parents. Also, part of the study is that in literature, around like 2 to 3 decades ago, a lot of the literature would point to children resenting their parents because of this massive separation, this massive migration phenomenon in the country. So I wanted to investigate, in a mediatized society, is this still the same? So that's really the impetus of why I pursued this study. So my question really is, how is transnational familyhood mediatized, and using the framework, critically analyze the consequences of this migration, particularly to the left behind children. And also particularly looking at Facebook, because in the data, they only just use Facebook to connect with their families. There were some people, some migrant parents and children who use Instagram, but these are just minor cases. In the 1990s, in the early 2000s, they also used Viber and Skype initially, but now they just use Messenger. So there's that centrality of Facebook as their transnational tool for connection. In terms of literature, maybe I just go through this quickly. I mentioned that in literature in the past 2 to 3 decades, they focus on the negative impacts of migration, particularly to the left behind children, so pointing at bad outcomes, lower educational quality, and so on and so forth. And so I wanted to use the mediatization approach to see historically if this has changed, no? Also with the media that they're using. Okay. So in terms of the research framework, I particularly used the mediatization theory, and under that is the polymedia theory developed by Madiano and Miller. Mediatization came from a history of looking at the centrality of media, in the embeddedness of media in the lives of people. So we have Neil Postman and opponents like Neil Postman, who developed the concept of media ecology, but literature and scholars would say that this is quite deterministic. So we have the new wave of scholars that call for mediatization, the mediatization paradigm. So in here we have scholars like Hepp, who described mediatization as a concept that critically investigates the interrelations of the changes in media on the one side and the changes in society on the other hand. So the interdependence of media and society. Applying the mediatization approach, Mirka, Madiano, and Miller defined polymedia. They developed this theory after doing studies of Filipina mothers in UK and their left behind children in the Philippines. And they proposed this theory in 2012, which is called polymedia, defined as the integrated structure or interconnected devices and apps that people navigate through to serve purposes, to maintain the relational dynamics and connections with their family. So the emphasis of polymedia, and why I use this, is that whilst it, of course, takes a look at the technological aspect, it, of course, still outlines the affordances and the apps that they use for transnational connection, but it emphasizes the social, emotional, and moral dimensions of. So I wanted to look at how families and see how they use that to manage their interpersonal relationships. So that's the framework, and so that's mediatization, polymedia. Okay. So in terms of methodology, I used the life course approach. So I talked with the parents first in Hong Kong, also to get their consent before I went back to the Philippines to talk to their left behind children. So This is really because mediatization is a historical approach. So I went through the life course narrative to derive this minute stories to show how they manage their transnational relationships. So they were mostly interviews, but I also did online and offline observations. So I also befriended them, like sort of a digital ethnography, befriended both the children and the parents to see how they converse with each other also online, particularly on Facebook. So in terms of the sample, I was able to talk to 20 migrant parents in Hong Kong and 25 of their children in the Philippines. So that's 25 because some of them had 2 children below 18 years old. And this received an approval from the ethics committee. So we go to the findings. So essentially, I was able to come up with 4 categories or concepts in terms of how they use Facebook to navigate their interpersonal relationships, to manage their relationships with their parents. So the first one is ambient streaming. That's a coinage I developed, but I'll talk about that in a bit. Also, emotionality of screen co-presence, Facebook as communication, and Facebook as the new photo album. So in terms of ambient streaming, this concept was actually developed by Madianu, who termed this as the ambient co-presence. This is the always-on capability of smartphone users. It's like when you go to Facebook, it continually refreshes the news feed. So this is actually where we developed the concept of fear of missing out. We were just talking about that earlier. So because there's always that always-on capability, you always want to know what's happening around you. So that's what Madiano described as ambient co-presence. I also borrowed from the concept of King or Yane, which talks about emotional streaming, so which is defined as the continuous and ongoing emotional interaction over distance through the webcam. So now using Messenger for my study, my informants seem to be displaying a more intensive form of co-presence, still always on, but more real-time and synchronous than interacting via the Facebook news feed and streaming videos on the go and away from the desktop. So I merged the 2 terms, co-presence, ambient co-presence, and emotional streaming. So I coined this as ambient streaming as a form of transnational communication, very evident from amongst my informants in the study. So how do they embody or how do they practice emotional ambient streaming? Is that they call each other and they leave their cameras on during video talks without having to talk. So these examples of these are like the children, whilst they're doing their assignments, they leave the camera on, and then their parents are actually doing their chores in their employers' homes in Hong Kong. So they don't really talk, and then they only just terminate the streaming when always already drained. Or if the children would actually ask for time away from the ambient streaming because they had to use the phone for other purposes, like for research, for school, and so on and so forth. So for the parents, they see this as their way of sharing their world. So as they go through everyday life cleaning and then stepping out of the house, going out for groceries, coming back to clean and wash the dishes. So it's their way of showing their lives to their children. And this has somehow contributed to their children's acceptance of the separation as compared to a very palpable in the past 2-3 decades of studies of transnational families. This is also a unique way of communicating with their parents, have their hands busy. So I have like a hair cutter in Hong Kong, so the hands are busy. So they just leave the camera of the phone around it. So it's really a way for them to maintain connection despite their busyness, which always defines the life of the migrant parent compared to their children. Emotionality of screen co-presence. I borrow from the concept of emotions by Orien again. No? So the Orien actually looks at the use of webcam to create a sense of belonging, to address negative emotions like loneliness, resentment. So they use the screens of the phones to be able to portray emotions between them and their children. So it's seen as a more embodied and proximate communication between the parents and the children. So how did my respondents, my informants, illustrate this? They talked about the children's preference for video calls because that's when they actually see authentic and genuine emotions from their parents. So they prefer that over chatting or email. Some of them don't even use emails anymore, but that's a popular way of connecting in the 1990s, right? For them also, the emotionality of video calls started to become an excuse, even an expectation to engage emotionally. So compared to children of migrant families, they actually contact and talk to their parents more than the children with their parents with them at home. So they would talk about some sense of jealousy from non-migrant children would say, my parents don't even say hi to me at breakfast, but you always call each other the first thing in the morning and to say hi. And, this brings about joy in terms of your relationship. So it has become a norm compared to non-migrant families. For parents, it's also their way of addressing pain of not being when their children were growing up. So because of phone calls and seeing their children grow up, it's their way of addressing the loneliness and the pain of separation. So one parent told a story where she left her son when he was still 7 months old, and when she would come home, the child wouldn't recognize her, but after looking at the phone and comparing the face on the phone and the face of the actual mother, that's when he lightens up and actually warms up to the mother. So the idea of, the extensions of the selves, as Marshall McLuhan would say it, right? So it's quite a amazing story. Also, in terms of, there are a lot of studies already that point to screens as providing the aura of connectedness and authenticity. So like the story of that child who actually recognized the mother only by looking at the photos and the screens on his phone. But also, if you look at the relational dynamics, it's not always happy. So the emotionality of video calls also pertains to the sadness of the distant feelings of the children. I have stories of mothers who would say they're closer to the fathers in the Philippines, and so they would see their child bonding with the father at the same time during the phone calls. And when she would try to get the child's attention, she wouldn't be successful, and so she feels more pain than happiness. So it's not always, happy stories in terms of using Facebook as transnational communication. So in terms of Facebook as communication, basically, because I'm already 15 minutes in, some stories here is that they chat on the Facebook feed. So the mothers post stories, and then the child would actually reply, and she would reply. So it would seem like they would chat in front of everyone else, so in everyone's view. So for them, this is a source of pride and joy to show that they're actually connecting despite the distance. Children would say that they're happy to see Facebook statuses of their parents and what they are doing, especially during their days off. It's also their way of creating networks from Hong Kong with the children in the Philippines, the friends of the children. So when they would see that the mother would reply to the daughter's post, and then a friend would reply, the mother would chime in, and she would now start a relationship with the daughter's friends. So that's one thing that they also appreciated, the children appreciated. Some mothers would also use photos of their children as their primary photos on their profiles. So this is also something that the children appreciated. So less serious topics on the news feed, but once it becomes more intimate, they move to Messenger. So you see the integrated structure working there for the parents and the children. Facebook as new photo albums. So the idea of parents posting what they are doing in Hong Kong is actually the source of information for the children of what their work really is like. So they tend to appreciate the work that their parents are doing. So that's actually bridging the supposedly resentful relationship between the parents and the children. It's also their way of posting that they have other lives in both in the Philippines and in Hong Kong. They also have what we call omissions, so they mostly just post beautiful photos when they are like wearing beautiful clothes. They're omitting the hardships, but then the children get to see that through ambient streaming anyway. So this is the interconnectedness of Messenger and the news Facebook feed. Social visibility also talks about them professing to the world that we are doing well, we are improving our homes, I'm giving my children gifts because of my earnings from Hong Kong. So that's their one way of showing pride in terms of what they are doing. So in terms of implications, let me just read this so it's fast. Just expand the polymedia concept of Mariano and Miller. So whilst it is useful to look at the interrelations just for theory, in terms of they say that polymedia has three preconditions. It's access and availability, affordability, and media literacy. So they say this is an assumption so that you can focus on the relational dynamics between the parents and the children. But I say it's not enough to just focus on the affordances and the intent, but also to look at the structures where the parents and the children are. So, so I'm saying that, let me just skip this because of time. So while it is mostly understood as transnational communication to and navigation within an assemblage of convergent technologies, it is also governed by larger structures, such as those raised by my interview. So some parents could not contact their children because spaces in Hong Kong are too small. Employers do not allow them to use the cell phones during working hours. They cannot call their children because they might end up disturbing the household because of the space. Access in terms of the children, internet in the Philippines is the most expensive and the slowest in Asia. So the idea that Facebook is available in Hong Kong, but it's not in China. So they used Weibo, right? So we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but it's the singular channel for connection between parents and children. So definitely these bigger structural factors must be taken into consideration. So we're talking about polymedia ecology here, which so while Madiano acknowledged that media ecology appears to be closest in meaning to polymedia, she clarified that polymedia does not share the emphasis on the importance of place as site of media environments. So what I want to emphasize here is that it is important to look at the place-based structures, the political, economic, and social factors therein. So maybe we can explore this some more in the question and answer. So that's it. Thank you. To close this. There you go. There you go. Oops.
Take care. I have
Yeah, the line.
great.
Yes.
Wait, maybe this one is the final version. So just that one. Yeah. Big. Yes. Okay. It's a PDF, I think.
No, no. Sure?
Okay. I will try to. Oh my god.
Behind the laptop, there's a wireless.
Meet you all in the Greece. I think it's really beautiful and enjoyable week. I'm of International Media Communication University of China, and our university located in Beijing. So and today we'd like to about the Poland Ball cartoon series of late movie on Bilibili platform of China. And the topic or the question is about stereotype image. It's, any of you have heard about country balls? Yes, great. Yeah, it's a kind of internet memo, and which has some influence on popular geopolitics. So today I will give is stereotype as social representation of otherness. I think it's important to understand the function of stereotype. The second part, oh my god. Okay. The second part is an introduction about Poland Ball in China. It has a history about, I think, 11 years. And with this background, I think you'll understand more about it. And the third part is, okay. of this movie. And the fourth part is conclusion and beyond. And I talk about beyond because I think I got this, but also I got some problems. Future research fields I want to discuss and want to maybe have a suggestion from you all. Okay. Oh my god. No? Okay. Just come back. When we talk stereotype, I think we'll first come to Lippmann, who has been 100 years ago? Yeah. He has talked about that. God. A stereotypical picture of the world may not be complete, but this is automatic. And just to come to Stuart Hall, because when we talk about these connections, we come to this theory of knowledge.
Was it animated? Maybe yeah. Stay still. Maybe you have this moment starting. Was it animated? Maybe.
Okay, I just go. Oh, I just go. No play.
Yeah, it's. Did you have it? Do you have it timed? Is that why it's moving?
Somebody. It's just go and go.
Get over.
Maybe it's yeah. Just turn it on.
But when you created it, you didn't have it
Yep.
timed.
Yeah.
This is like a video, it's on time, not a stable. You have it on time.
Yeah, she says you have it set to be a. You have you created that with a to run at a certain time. Can you just just turn the timer on?
Okay.
Is it?
Just play. When you build it to play like a video.
Maybe I could just play the PDF.
Oh,
it's a video.
No, PDF is not okay.
Take the timer out.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
We'll watch you.
Okay, just a moment. This is some kind of about the stereotype and my conclusion, and also to make clear about stereotype is things. One is that this is something necessary to understand the world, because about all you need to find out how to got short but clear understanding about others. So interaction is kind of social construction, Earth and world. So in some way, stereotype is unavoidable. But stereotype has other things I think is kind of side effects. That is, we always judge things too quick, too simple, to get rid of all situations and conditions. So this kind of stereotype may be action rudely, action with wrong judgments. So with this, yeah.
I can add it, but it goes, it changes.
It's just a video. Okay. Just in my memory. So we come from different parts of the stereotype to the national stereotype. About this national stereotype, we could have wrong imagination about different nations. And this kind of stereotype make our action and make our understanding have wrong basis. That is, in the geopolitics series, we have this kind of national to be a difficulty to have a good or mutual understanding between countries. And these days, I think geopolitics. Geopolitics is just geopolitics. This is the main questions about this geopolitics is to ask that maybe the media, the and from our things has reshaped our actions and our understanding about and theoretical business. We come to understand our cartoon. I think at least we could. This is the Poland ball, which is the geopolitical cell introduced about 2009. It's a Germany website, and in fact, there's a to use this kind of cute poem book to have an occupation, to guard of this website. And he just washed out Poland's balls. It's become popular in Europe and in America. About 2009, this kind of internet be introduced to China, and at first it's just that some new comic series about history of China. You know, for Chinese, history is really important and popular. This kind of comic about it become some predominant inside the Bible. We have similar one in internet, just like I said, some compilation of Facebook, Instagram is more like a discussion club. And then it's this Baidu Tieba, it has been very social club. I have counted, it's about 100,000 posts on the club about the creation of Poland Ball. Poland Ball 2020, I have to say at the beginning, there are graduate students from Peru, from Latin American, who the boy Chinese name is but he's a original Peru student, and he as kind of protection to the Chinese person who's in the pandemic. All kinds of different with the size of this kind of comic. He shared this to the Global Times. And I think maybe Global Times maybe it's not so official as Renmin Daily or CCTV. Very popular daily newspaper in China, and as I have to say, in some international flights, you could also read about this. Sometimes give a report about students who give us a picture about many encourage Chinese country boys to recover. So it's that outside the young from there this Poland has been very popular and has been more. So that's the background. And the leave some statistics about this case study. Yes. Yes. No, here.
Yeah, this is
Here. Okay. This movie because it's so popular. It has more than thousands and thousands. And from 2021, than 3 years, this account has created about 397 Poland and the first one and the last one is about the colorful flag. This account has more emphasis and the military, and also it has some interest about the and let's go on about the main character. I think with this kind of words, you can understand that which country has been in the center of all these Poland borders. And by now, 5 series of Poland being told, and there are different. Okay, I think details just gone. There are 5 series, and each series has about 8 to 11 to tell. One series about rifles, about capitalism, of the social transformation of capitalism, and with this, with this kind of is the national stereotype from Lisbon. She always had the red star. Inside China and very expensive. This country boy, he always got his station. And have vodka. It's typical things connected to the country goals, and they have different inside the animation. For China, it's kind of the character is always have kind of self-encouragement, and it's the one who always asks. And for the it seems that he has more pride than necessary, and he always acts quickly without reasons. And the third one, the Russian, it seems that he seldom speaks during his action. It's kind of stubborn. It's kind of I think with a brief construction and all the data gathered, we have come to our conclusion. This leads movie, which has been the most popular Holland on the platform of Village, is a Chinese style audience. So we found out that about imagination, about the geopolitics imagination of the global is still a center and paradigm system. It means that US, Russia, central position in this system. Even the system is an imaginary one. But the conclusion is that, in fact, some kind of media coverage change some imagination about the country. I think we take India and Ukraine as example, because this is from 2021 to this year. It's just we have so many media explosion about Ukraine. So, in fact, he has to understand, oh, there's a country whose name is. His future has been also in the cartoon. Maybe it's not so right, but begin to understand. And for the position of India, it's another story. And because I find out that the short cartoon about India has been so popular that some of the stories being viewed by more than 1,000 persons. Because India has been kind of, and with its fast development, I think more Chinese being understand that India could be. It's just these 2 years and the image of India changed. I think it's kind of the stereotype. And the third conclusion is that based on the investigation to the animation, we found self-imaginary of China itself is, and it has other imagination about the other countries. So many. I'll go. Okay. And the self-imaginary may be not And I have to say, maybe it's later. Maybe it's kind of just that maybe always different with this kind of two imaginations. They also have the resource is important, especially in the media coverage. And we also have I have three. I think I will have future research on this. One is that the cyber nationalism. You know about these country balls, these Poland balls. It has simplified so many of different countries and shots, and they have some kind of and I have to admit that in China we have a young generation who is proud of the developments. I think they want to go more, and they also has a kind of understanding or imagination about the future. So this kind of this kind of cyber nationalism, media or the mainstream media, more and more resources. And this movie is just say, reference account, but it has more. So that's to investigate how the visual text has been cyber nationalism, especially in China. But I think maybe there are other subjective resources in the internet. The second thing I want is the portraits. The portrait about the audience and creators, because several years ago we its age is from 10 years later. So, and I have to say, this country ball animation comics influential. So I think the portraits may be different, and also the Billy. Everyone, I think, inside China have heard about it and have used it. So the situation has changed so quickly that we have. So we understand more about our young generation. And I have to say, maybe they are middle-aged generation. Quite clear. Yeah. I have it. Okay.
It's closed. It's closed.
Closed? So I think because all the audience and the creators, especially on Bilibili platform, they had a special way to interaction with each other. It's words just on the screen. Just it's like stimulatory interaction. I think we still need time to investigate this kind of interaction.
I guess the other group is finishing, so we have to hurry up a little bit. How about that we spend 10 more minutes to have Q&A? So anybody? Hi.
Thank you much to all the presenters. Really, really interesting stuff. Let me just ask the question of Sherry, if I may. If very broadly speaking, until 2000, we had U.S. cultural imperialism towards the rest of the world. And since then, we've had U.S. Platform cultural imperialism for the rest of the world. Has anything changed? And if yes, how so?
Yeah, I think it's probably worse now. It's probably worse now than it's ever been, because if cultural imperialism was happening before through exported television and things like that, now there's so much more of it that is being exported. I think the more Netflix and the other streaming services exist, so we now have a number of years that they've been around, the more we're realizing how much that's altered our entire media landscape. And I think the amount of content that's getting dropped, particularly for children, the amount of content that's getting dropped in, let's assume for adults there already was a lot of content. For kids there was not, especially in many parts of the world. So now you have this influx of, many, many, many hours of programming plus YouTube, right? So in addition to the streaming services, that is predominantly coming from, certainly from English-speaking countries, and then coming from the US. So I think their children are feeling even more that the normative value system is a democratic US-based value system. And that's not good.
So the thing that scares me is that it's even more subtle than before, because now you have Netflix that funds and helps local things to be produced, but according to Netflix rules. Otherwise, you don't get on the platform, right?
Right.
And
even if they're giving you some money to create local content, most of the content coming in is not local.
I would like to speak about the same thing. I have there a bit of a different opinion, to be honest, because we all know that we have the fund, and we have the Facebook, the Meta, and the Alphabet, etc., etc. But is it not so that we have now ByteDance, Chinese company? Is it not so that we have Weibo? Weibo. That means we are also having other players, and I'm in that direction for sure. We have very successful US companies, but we are also seeing different perspectives. And I'm also coming back to that point. We discussed that already in the morning, globalization, and I'm absolutely a friend, because I'm seeing more and more contraflows. And I would also come to that point that TikTok, could be the situation that TikTok will be forbidden in the society, but I guess we have to discuss that. And I'm seeing, sure, we have a very, very strong US platforms, the companies, but we also have others where there's a lot of money, and China is investing much. So that I'm not so seeing, I guess for sure in most markets, but I see also that we have contraflows also when we are speaking about the Arabic world. We have Al Jazeera, CNN, and others are not playing a role there. I'm not sure, and Netflix for sure, but who is the target group of Netflix? The poor people in India? I don't think so. So that means we also excluding people.
Can I just respond to that? Yeah, I'm there. That's, I think, the essence of why this is such a difficult discussion, because there is more opportunity for shared content, right? There is an opportunity for exporting and importing content from different places. In many parts of the world, including children, they're getting to see, they're having an opportunity to learn about the other in ways that are much broader than they ever were. Those are wonderful things. But if it's that, if we're having that and locally produced content, all good. But if they're only getting imported content from maybe more places in the world, but they're, even if something's exported, the United States is getting more, right, imported content than it ever did before for kids, but it's still a small amount. So it still is quite imbalanced, and the financial incentive for some country to take global content is so strong. So I worry about the fact that there's not an increase in locally produced content to balance out that growth of streaming. That's what worries me.
But, okay. Well, I'm wondering another situation that is, you know about that the Netflix bought different program from local companies and to send them on international platform. So a good example, Tremors from Korea. Yes, it's so popular, and I have seen it in China and also in other countries. Do you think that local companies who could make special, maybe some couldn't be replaced by other countries, this kind of production, it could make ways or give chance to these local companies?
Right. So this is not really what you're touching on, right? Is the essence of the writer's strike that's going on in Los Angeles, in the United States right now.
Yeah.
Yes, there is an increase for producers all around the world to have an opportunity to have their content purchased by Netflix or commissioned by Netflix and have a potential for a global audience. That's amazing. They also are getting, so there's a greater opportunity for low-level money, but there is no opportunity for residuals and money from syndication because Netflix has taken that away. So it's a weird thing because it does give more opportunity to more producers, but the business model for television creation was you would create content and then there would be a lot of money made on the back end, right? So you would air it one time and then it would replay and get purchased in different parts of the world. But now Netflix just comes out and lets everyone, or other streaming, we should just pick on Netflix since this is the streaming model. So it gets released globally or it gets released however they want it. And then the creators of that are most often not getting paid per play. They're not making money if it gets 1 million viewers versus 50,000 viewers. They're negotiating a deal with Netflix up front and then Netflix owns it. It's a very different business model.
Okay, there. Thank you. I have a question for Randy and a question for Jane. So, as a kid who is practically raised by a Filipino house worker, your study hits home pretty hard. So my question would be like, well, technically Facebook, you have to be like at least 13 to use it, I believe. So, like the kids, those who use it, let me rephrase it. So, is there a difference between in terms of the interaction with like parents with kids of different age on social media? And you mentioned that they have a much more intimate relationship, at least on social media. Does that, I don't know whether that your study covers it, does it continue into the real life when the parents actually gone back to the Philippines? And for Jane, I guess my question is that, well, like your study had mentioned, a lot of times country wars is about stereotypes, sometimes in the fun ways and maybe in a pejorative way. But given that the content you study are mainly user, how does that portrayal of different countries, do they fit with like the official description or the portrayal of those countries held by the government of China? Yeah.
So okay, maybe I go first. Findings from my study actually point to as young as 3 years old who actually have access to Messenger. They use their parents' account for them to be able to connect with their migrant parents, and also evidence of children as young as 3 years old knowing how to navigate buttons on their smartphones to be able to call their parents. So I have stories of parents scolding their children for calling them at times when they're busy at work. So that's where the conflict actually arises when it comes to the employers and then the migrant parents, little children who really don't have this notion of the time that parents must devote for work, which is a much more improved way of communicating compared to letter writing in the 1990s, where children who are not literate wouldn't be able to appreciate that sort of communication between, from children. So this is a welcome, there's that, illegal way of using Facebook. Children are actually quite creative in terms of circumventing all of these restrictions, and actually very creative in terms of, so there's that another aspect of empowerment for children. So they want to assert their sense of agency even at that very young age. But again, the structure does not allow that. They cannot call their parents anytime they want. So what they do is they text first before they call. So all of these are included in that story of how they navigate polymedia.
It's kind of complicated. Well, about especially come from the user-generated contents on the Bilibili platform. I have to be honest that there'll be some content at the platform level, but it's not directly by the government. It's more like kind of some business company. He safe to make the platform have money, have interests. So he will follow all the regulations and the laws which has announced clearly. I think it's not so different from TikTok in the US or some other platform in other countries. But there's also kind of materials, which this kind of sensitive materials maybe touch this kind of AI. I think you know that AI has been used to check randomly about all kinds of materials. So maybe there are some sensible materials has give kind of alarming from the AI, the AI Explorer, then that will be allowed to the operators, that to the account owner, that this content should be maybe sometimes to be changed or to be deleted, or when you change some words, the content will come to the platform again. So I think it's not like the imaginary Big Brother, the novel like 1984. I know it's so popular. It's to me, it's more like kind of form that has been used too many times. You know, this novel, the 1984, at first it has written not for the Union. It's written for the Western culture. We know the history, and I don't think the same foreigner and all kinds of activities on our Chinese platform. It's too simple. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Sherry and a question for Randy. So for Sherry, what exactly about Peppa Pig was subversive?
I don't know the detail of it, but I do know that that there are many parents who feel there's the dialogue, the sort of the style of the conversation. Sometimes they are not respectful. They don't show respect for authority. Or right, the kids are often they're young. The characters are young, so they act in ways that young children would. They go against what they're supposed to do, and sometimes they're punished for that, and sometimes they're not. And so I think that's why parents who don't like it, that's why. For SpongeBob, I know that when parents say they don't like it, like I see SpongeBob as a character that is fun-loving and makes great friends. But parents who don't like it see him as complaining, bratty, not respectful of others. So it's those sorts of characteristics that parents worry about for young children in particular.
And Randy, in terms of, there were so many things about your presentation I found interesting. I'm wondering a few things. Did you at all hear from parents, migrants, maybe a decision to leave that was made easier because of the ability to constantly connect with their children? You mentioned in the 90s, there's a lot of letter writing. Did you hear anything of that from the parents to say that it was a bit easier to leave, knowing that communication would be facilitated in this way? And then also, I know that in Canada we had a program for Filipino workers that spanned a few decades, and we had many migrant parents come to Canada. That has now ended. And do another study with parents who are many time zones away.
Right. Thank you. So there's two things there. First one is the parents, deliberate or conscious about the idea of leaving, knowing that they can actually just bridge the connection anyways. They only started to become conscious about it when once they've already left. So in their desire to maintain connection with the Philippines, particularly with their families, that's when they saw that social media is actually useful. And again, the centrality of Facebook for that. But before that, there was, of course, letter writing, cassette tape recording, and you have to send it. So, and then the photo part is that you have to wait for 2 to 3 weeks before you can get those photos. And in literature also, there isn't that deliberate effort to study that. So that's why I wanted to come in terms of providing that, at least some empirical basis of some change. I'm not saying that it's all rosy, because there were also stories that, there's still that resentment, but there is palpable difference from before to now. So I wanted to trace that. So to answer that, no, they're not conscious about it. They only start to appreciate it once the separation is there. The second part of the question has something to do with the distance. So Hong Kong is, just 1,000 miles away from the Philippines. And in terms of using the framework of global care circulation, there's always four modes that actually maintain family. Transnational communication is just one of them. Another one is gifting. Another one is remittances. And the other one is mobility, travels and visits. So that's the limitation of my study. I only studied Hong Kong and Philippines. So I think that's also part of the reason why resentment is not that strong, because there's also the travel part. So it's more difficult to bring the children to Hong Kong because, again, of the small space and how expensive it is. But they can go home more frequently than, say, parents in Canada. But one thing about like Canada or UK, for example, is that they have family reunification programs, migration programs that are more friendly for family reunification, which is not existing in Hong Kong. So there's, plus minuses to, choosing Hong Kong as my focus of study, but at least it revealed changes. And that's, I think, the first step to mediatization studies. Thank you.
Thank you all. We have to call the section to end.
Yes.
And then thank you very much for your participation. And I guess we can give another big hand to the presenters.
Can we connect?
Can we take a picture with the three?
Yes, may I also ask for a favor?
you have to wait. You have to wait.
Oh,
He control. He control.
Okay.
Okay. Let's start the. Ramsey, Mary, do you want to sit over there?
Yeah, so that's the last one.
Okay. Sorry again. I'm doing the moderator again. Crystal is a bit sick. He's gone. So I guess I do it again. But this is the. But I still want to control the time. No, that's important. This section is called global communication in China. So in fact, all three presenters are doing something on China. That's the three coherent team. So first of all, we present a topic on time machine, right? So I'll give you a time.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe 20 minutes? 20 minutes.
Yeah, maybe shorter. Yes. Okay. I know it's a long day. Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Han, and I will, on behalf of our group, my co-author, to welcome you to the machinery world on China social media. So today is our first time to show our exploratory study. Yeah, this is very exploratory. This is our first try to present today's topic, living with borrowed time, how automated time machines on China's social media become human companions. Okay, so when talk about borrowed time machines on social media in China, where can we start from? We observed that in a couple of years on China's social media, there is an upstick of different forms of bots. And our research targets are not the political bots, but we observed a phenomenon that the bots that for time services, many of them are doing the bell ring, timetables, time management. Some bots, a lot of bots in these terms are serving these temporal goals. And listed here are the four prominent examples which we will use as studies in our research. I will introduce them one by one for you for more information. Yes, the first one it's a account in China's social media called Weibo. Yeah, since 2011, October 26, each 2 hours, this Weibo account, the name is Bell Tower of Xi'an, sent the first message on the hour to signify the chimes of the silent real Bell Tower of Xi'an. Xi'an is a city located in the north of China. So since that day, this account continued to automatically post a string of the word boom to tell the time. Every day, each day, 24 hours, every 2 hours. And since then, Bell Tower of Xi'an, this account, this bot, is known as the first bot on China's social media. This is the first case. And the second case is another script on Weibo in December. It's in December 2011. This ACG and styled profile image with this image as account profile posted the reminder. Posted message reminders like, "Master, hurry up and drink me up." Precisely at the time when the water in the dispenser boils, and this dispenser was located in a laboratory at the Zhejiang University. So every time when the dispenser boils, this Weibo account will automatically send out a message to remind the water boils. And while it quickly became obsolete, this account is held by some users, especially the young users, as a first generation influencer on Weibo. It was quite popular when it existed in Weibo, in Sina Weibo, in China social media. Two cases we have used is in another China's digital platform. It's called Douban, equivalent to China's Quora. And the first one is called Year Progress. It's in Douban. It's every day at 10 a.m. Beijing time. This account, also a bot, produces a percentage bar to show users how many days have been left for the year, as the bar here shown. And another account called Douban Big Bang. Yeah, it's another ephemeral bot that behaves exactly like Delta of Xia, as I mentioned, introduced in the previous slide. So these four cases, they are essence computational programs, scripts, or algorithms that automatically produce seamless time symbols at regular intervals without having their course of action intervened by human designer. So we call this type of bots as chronobots because it's related to temporality, it relates to chronology, and in a sense, they are automated time machines. So we call it chronobots because they are unlike general social bots. They don't internationally interact with users. They don't say anything. They don't comment to the users. They don't network with users. But they interpret users to share, to like, tag, and comment to their account, to make comments, to tag, to interact with the bot themselves. And these bots, time machines, chronobots, attract millions of users to follow. So this phenomenon grows our interest to why such static bots interact so many users to network with them. And based on our observation, most users treat the chronobots as ciphers for human concerns about time loss, about existence, about meanings, about life. So their comments are normally related to this type of messages. So this entry point take our study towards the examination of the time-critical aspects. This this concept is borrowed from the German media theorist Wolfgang Ernst. So we would like to focus more on the time-critical aspects of chronobots and their temporal effects on users' experiences of time on social media. Yeah, so from here, two research questions emerge. The first one is, what are time-critical mechanisms triggered and executed by the chronobots on China's social media? And the second question is that, what practices, narratives, and orientations to users' chronosense and their existence are derived from the temporal processes of the chronobots? But in the meantime, we can't neglect the power behind the infrastructure, behind the platforms, because all the selected chronobots, they are operated in China's social media. Since 2021, China's internet regulators have monitored, reviewed, and cleaned up online content to ensure a healthy ecosystem. So in this context, the increased regulatory scrutiny of digital platforms resulted in their constant change of the application programming interfaces, in short, APIs, to curb the growth of bot accounts, which have the potential to spread fake news and malicious information. In this context, the Chronobots designers, the engineers behind them, must rewrite the script and conduct manual actions to counter the implemented restrictions. So in this context, another two research questions we would like to explore include: what roles does the infrastructure power play in managing and developing the Chronobots in the Chinese context? And to what extent do the obsolete Chronobots affect users' temporal experiences? Our methodology followed a technography approach, and specifically first we used a walkthrough method to systematically examine the features of the selected Chronobots, including observe their interface and the design, because it's for us it's somewhat new to us because it's bots account on China's social media. And we also observed users' communicative actions, what comments they posted, and what words they are using to the bots, and embedded cultural references like Chinese people's sense towards and perception towards time derived from the bots. And then we also used Python to obtain publicly available metadata from the comments posted on the selected Chronobots, and we used a 1% random sample from the collected comments using semantic analysis to investigate how users position themselves with the temporalities of the Chronobots. And we also employed semi-structured interviews with the designers behind the Chronobots and the most active followers to closely examine programmers and users' motivations for designing or following the specific bot, their perceived impact of Chronobots' time, how best to live with this new time machine. We now show you the preliminary results. The first finding that we find the bots themselves are, in essence, the objects of time. From the interviews from the designers, they admitted that they don't need to intervene when the bots are in the action for the telling. They just rely on algorithms running all the time automatically to keep them alive all the time. So basically, they are the bots are the objects of time relying on algorithms to run. And based on this finding, another finding we found out is that the users make comments to the bots, and their comments are mostly towards their existence in the daily life. Their comments include they will see how time flies. It's like a murmur to the bot, and the bot play the role as a hero to listen to the users' sense of time loss, how they cherish time in their daily life. And on other occasions, the users use the bots as a check-in space to check in what they are doing every day. Like today they need to have the exams, and today they had the breakups, and something alike in the daily life. And they use the bots as a space to document their daily life, what is happening in their everyday life. And the last finding at the moment we find that is that most users treat the bots, treat the machines as their companions. As I introduced before, the API rules in the China's digital platforms are always changing. So this means that the designers and the engineers need to rewrite, to remodule the script, the codes that make the bots run. So sometimes these bots will have a temporary leave, temporarily disappear from the digital media. And when this situation occurred, the mostly heavily used users, they felt frightened because it's like their friend, they treat their bots as their friends. These friends disappeared. So they are very frightened. They felt lonely that they would like to let the chronobots survive even when the bots are in the temporary leave. They will continue to post the comments in the bot's account saying, it's gone, let it back. So the designers, the engineers behind the chronobots also treat the users, this type of users, as their motivation to maintain their bots to keep going to operate. So these are just the preliminary results. So as it's now it's an exploratory project, we hope in the further direction, we hope it contributes to a post-humanist understanding of power chronographies while applying shifting human relations with specific temporalities of technological media within particular contexts. And ultimately, we would like to hope from a non-Western vantage point to cause attention to the question, are humans still the measure or the master of the time machines in the current media environment? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Zhao. And then we have the second presenter, Yumi. Fandom in China. Okay, not fandom. I like it.
关不了。
Have slides?
This one, please. Yeah. And which one should I press? This one?
The right goes forward, the other is back.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Back.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. After this long day, I'm very thankful that you're still being here. Oh, yeah. And I hope my presentation can humor me a bit in some way. And I'm Yiming Wang, a PhD candidate in Maastricht University in the Netherlands. And my research focused on global fan communities and online censorship. This presentation is part of my PhD project, so I'm really excited to share with you and learn from your opinion. Yeah, it shows. It's a long title, Toilet Girls and Their Performative Bots, Mediating Global Fan Culture in the Spaces Between Institutional and Community Censorship in China. In case you may not be familiar with the term BL, it means boys love. This term usually used in East Asia. It means romantic love or sexual relationship between male characters in cultural productions. Another term, slash, can be the equivalent in the Western context. And BL was introduced from Japan and America to China since 1970s, and nowadays it has developed into a global and both local cultural phenomenon in China. Yeah. Firstly, I will introduce a bit of the background about censorship and why this research can happen. And then I will explain the meaning of shouting to someone else, which is my case, and toilet girls, which is the subject of the case. Later, I will give some examples of posting content to show their expression style to resist censorship. And then next follows the shouting boats community. In the end, I will propose a term of BL vernacular to conclude the mediation process of global BL fan culture in China. Usually, when we talk about internet censorship, it is always about government propaganda, restrictions of online activities, punishment, and content moderation from platforms. Yes, Chinese government has started internet cleanup activities since nearly every year since 2016. And in recent years, BL has described as a bad culture, a bad subculture, and even harmful subculture by the official media. Institutions also encourage internet users to report the unhealthy or harmful content of BL. So participatory censorship has led to many accounts blocked and posts deleted. Therefore, fans have established well-organized self-management and rules to behave well and to survive. Sometimes BL fans have to strategically giving up gay love between the characters and recognizing them as so-called socialist brotherhood, 社会主义兄弟情. Sometimes they choose to report each other to the platform or the government to make the community clean and safe. That's the strategy to survive. Also, they use this efficient activity to hurt or set up others that they don't like in the community. Under these circumstances, some BL fans choose to shape an environment for less restrictions and allow themselves to freely behave by mean and mockery. So what is a bot? Thanks to Xiaohan and her presentation, that it means a lot because a bot is short for robot, and a social media bot, such as Twitter bot and the bot in Xiaohan's presentation, the social media bot, these are accounts controlled by software to perform actions autonomously, similar to human accounts. However, what I'm going to present in this story, they are not like many other social bots. Social media bots. In this context, in Chinese social media, Xinang Weibo, there are human-managed accounts named as bot and pretend themselves to be a robot. Since 2018, these bots becomes very popular and in Weibo. Each one of them focused on specialized subjects, such as literature, fun facts, snacks sharing, love stories, and so on. These bots usually function as themed forums, such as just like Reddit, and they provide a semi-public online space for fandom, for followers to gather, to share experiences, to ask for advice and exchange information. Therefore, fandom bot is a genre of social media account. Shouting to someone bot, or 隔空喊话 bot, shouting bot, is a kind of fandom bot. The users are female fans. And the topic is always about coupling, especially BL coupling. Shouting bots are created to anonymously communicate with specific individuals who are often members of the same community. Topics cover aspects of culture productions, like films, games, TV series, cartoons, celebrities, K-pop idols, and brands, and so on. The material published by shouting bots is based on contributions from followers. Like in the picture, maybe you can't see it clearly, but this contributor sent message in a required format to the bot account. And the bot account, the bot operator will reply a number as receipt. Then the operator will publish a message anonymously without any modification on their social media, on their Weibo. The term bot implies that these accounts are operated like neutral and emotionless robot, which indicates the account operator is rational, objective and unbiased. Most shouting boats follow the rule of little filtering, if not completely unfiltering. On the one hand, it means that this shouting boat does not take any responsibility for the content they posted, as it is entirely sourced from the contributors. On the other hand, in theory, the contributors can send any message without considering the impact and the risk of posting the content by themselves, such as being scolded and even cyberbullied. They only need to consider whether the content sent can pass the censoring mechanism of the platform. Shouting boat users have been shaping a cultural community and forming an identity through metaphor about physical desire. This reflects the analogy of shouting boats as a succession of earlier fan discourses. The fans usually call the activity of appreciating fan works as eating, and criticizing and spitting. And the content posted on shouting boats includes complaints or criticisms of others' actions, and there are a lot of quarrels. So shouting boats users are accustomed to referring to these boats as toilets and calling themselves as toilet girls. Are called as toilets, and the framework published there are called toilet literature. We can trace the term toilet as a symbol back to the history and contemporary literature and discover the meaning. Toilet is always a confrontational space. It reflects the pre-modern opposite of clean, progressive, and civilized. It also challenges the dominant culture and social expectations. It is also a space to show physical desire about women and queer fantasy. Similarly, toilet literature is usually seen as worthless and poor quality, suitable for episodic time and less serious material. So when it comes to toilet, gender is always at the heart of discussions. Toilets are part of the construction and reflection of gender, sexuality, sexual identity, and power relations in the society. Public toilets also serve as places where marginalized people seek visibility. There are global women's rights activities for toilet facilities, and in China's social media in recent years, how to deny boys access to women's toilet has been a hit. In this content, more and more women in China has become sensitive to the issue of gender and public toilet. So no wonder when users of the shouting boats claim that the shouting boat is a toilet, there is also followed a note that it is a women's toilet. And this is my case. Football is one of the shouting boat topics, especially after the World Cup year. It becomes really popular. And the picture here is the homepage of the biggest shouting boat among football fandom, 小物府, our football affairs office, with 51,000 followers. And you can see in the profile, I can read it for you. It is said, Encyclopedia of Football Female Fans is women's toilet. Men, go away. Read the pinned post before submission. Don't report discount. So the key point here is are female only and not reporting. When they emphasize the term girl or women, it refers to a pattern of behavior instead of a biological gender. In these shouting boats, toilet girls have formed an online space where toxic masculinity and mansplaining are denied access, while male queerness is encouraged and well discussed. In the pinned post, there are rules for submission and ongoing activities. The green words are forbidden content, including possible controversial topics, which can lead to the accounts being reported. In the beginning of shouting boats, there are no forbidden topics, so the fans can post everything. But as more and more accounts are blocked, they gradually know the boundary and what topics are dangerous and easy to be attacked. Usually, they will set boundaries for their topics to do the self-protection. But that doesn't mean that these dangerous topics can't be discussed. Because if there are people who want to talk about these topics, someone will volunteer to open another account name. It's just football to open another boat account and have a try. And besides this, you may ask, While there is no boat in the account name, it's just Football Affairs Office. And you can see in the middle, this is robot number 2, which means the robot number 1 has been blocked due to reporting and censorship, so they changed the name. To show the daily content of these shouting balls, I pick up a post from Football Affairs Office, and you can see here. I really hope that you can look at this post because it's really funny to read. And in the translation text of this picture, personal names are decoded and marked by horizontal lines like Modric and Ramos. There are two football players who worked for Real Madrid Football Club together for many years. And the pornographic related nouns and verbs are decoded and italicized like underwear. So we can have a look at the picture. I don't know if you can read clearly, but you can see there are a lot of emojis to dress up this text. Is coded with different names in this post. The first one is Modric A, which means incredibly beautiful, 美的离奇. The second is Modric B, which means incredibly fierce, 猛的离奇. It described a pornographic scene of switching position between the common top and bottom pairing in a BL couple. Usually Ramos or Circe in this text is the top character, while the nickname of Modric called by Chinese fans is Softy due to his soft long hair. However, in this coding process, the top-bottom switching is implied. Modric's name is changed from beautiful to fierce, and Ramos are called by a sweet and cute nickname, Circe. On the other hand, this post actually described a suspected sexual exploitation because of the lack of content. Modric is sleeping in the first, and Ramos doesn't agree to be the bottom. But the text is packed with harmless emojis and a soft tone of expression. And we can sense that the point here is not telling a pornographic story, but to play with pornographic expressions and to laugh at it. Express something else in the story. In this text, pornography is always a means for toilet girls rather than an end. Also, with the help of coding, it can be posted on Chinese social media without being blocked. This example explains several restraint tactics against both institutional and self-organized censorship. Users usually use homophone substitutions, coded names, and argot to encrypt their language to make their post difficult to understand by outsiders and also the algorithms. In this way, they can intentionally post offensive or excessive sexual content to release their stress from strict official censorship. It's also good to achieve satirical or entertaining effects so they can have fun instead of rebelling for the sake of rebelling. On the other hand, they use animal submission and take steps to control the range of visibility and access on shouting balls to prevent the potential reporting and punishment from happening. For example, some of their posts are accessed by fans only and can't be retweeted. They also change their names to be more subtle and blurred to understand, such as from shouting to someone both to like a Football Affairs Office. It is the politics of invisibility and also a redefinition or recreation of public sphere. Since every user can send message to shouting balls, there are huge amounts of submissions. Though there are a lot of duplicate, useless or false information among this information, there is still a purpose behind every submission that is being heard. Through these vernaculars, toilet girls transferred and translated biased or unbiased information from global fan media and share with the community in China. So other fans who don't know the foreign language or cannot circumvent the Great Firewall of China can know the global opinions of other fans or other global media. Those submissions of personalized storytelling also challenge the dominant power of official discourse and express the true feeling that people may not be willing to share by themselves. In this way, the established hierarchy of fandom that worships the knowledge sharer is also challenged due to the decentralized organization way of fandom. Both users have accepted and embraced the term toilet girls as a collective identity. This transformation is similar to how the term queer has evolved from a derogatory term to a political, radical, and deliberately proactive alternative identity. Therefore, I argue, by possessing an object identity, the self-identification of being a toilet girl is a deconstruction of the established moral order and grand narrative, as well as the self-deprecation and justification of vulgar language and rebel desires. To conclude my presentation, I try to propose a term BL vernacular. Through their linguistic expression and practical performances, I try to give a definition to this aspect of BL vernacular. BL vernacular in shouting bows is a popular subculture encrypted expression. It is born under strict censorship and opposed to institutional modes of expression, social order, and social morality. On the one hand, BL vernacular represents the creativity and forced passive or suspended participation of BL fans in their media activities and both cultural context and social situations. The more and more new shouting bows with fewer followers represent the decentralization of shouting bows. And toilet girls are escaping from stricter censorship and excessive attention of involved algorithm to a more invisible space. They also challenge the official discourse through rich information from global media, which helps them comprehend better and form their own opinion. However, on the other hand, BL vernacular also represents the dark side of fandom and social media about sexism, arrogance, violence, and premature pornography content. The misinformation posts are unfiltered, which urge the users to have a better media literacy to distinguish truth from fake. Otherwise, there is still a risk of creating an information cocoon. And above all is all of my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Wow, I think the time control is really good. So we have the last paper for the day. We have the pharmacy, Charlene Hasjar, and she's talking about China's digital influence. Time is yours.
Okay. Leo, would you help me? Thank you for keeping up with me today until this late afternoon. It's always not very nice to be the last presenter because, you know, everything what needed to be said is almost said. So
usually the last is more important.
I think that before I start to talk, I need to thank somebody here in our room that brought us all together. The reason why I'm here is Professor Panagiotis from Aristoteles University, to whom I have a great collaboration. And I just want to tell you the short story behind it. We met online. We met during COVID-19, during the very harsh time that the world were going on. So I followed his webinars that he organized throughout the world. And this is how I met Sherry. And I was so overwhelmed when I saw her today in person. And I just wanted to hug her immediately when I saw her. You know, it's always a good feeling when you know people in person. So, Leo, but we don't see. I just have to do it like this? No. Okay, good. So, I am researching on this issue actually with a friend of mine, a schoolmate of mine, who is based at the Simon Fraser University. So this is still a very rough draft of this paper. So it is more, as we say, thoughts, food for thoughts. So it's, I'm very happy to be here with other researchers from China. So I think the feedback that I'm going to get from this conference and from your questions is gonna help me build up. It's gonna help us build up this paper in a more precise way. So don't ask me about the methodology, the theory, the framework and everything, because we are not that far. I am a professor at the Pristina University. I worked there since the founding of that department, journalism department, so I worked there since 2005. And believe me or not, I might look young, but I'm the oldest professor there. Ellis, my colleague, he couldn't join us because he lives now in Texas. He got back to his home country. He was for several years at the Simon Fraser and Purdue University. Now he is back at the Texas University. Sorry, Tennessee, not Texas. I'm sorry. Let me also explain you why I did chose this topic to represent, especially at this conference. It's because of the role that Thessaloniki has in this part of the world, and not only, but also in beyond Greece. So Thessaloniki is a very historic and cultural place here in Greece, but also beyond. This is a city which is very much related to Western Balkans, but not only because of the history, but because of the European enlargement policy. Exactly 20 years ago, in 2003, there was a summit held about the EU perspective of the region. And the conclusion or the stating of this summit was, I quote, "The future of Balkans is within European Union." Since then, there was a lot of change. And in 2013, like 10 years after, Croatia joined the European Union. But since then, since 10 years, not so much happened. Like these 6 remaining countries remain the big island. Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, Northern Republic of Macedonia and Kosovo are not yet to become members of the European Union. I think this is because of the lack of the EU reforms in the region and also European fatigue within EU. And there is a situation of status quo, of keeping the region in limbo. Due to this contest in the last years, we have seen a growing influence of a third non-European actors like China and others that are competing with the European Union. Today, I will give you just a small presentation of how China is using media and soft power instruments in order to compete with other European Union members and non-European countries in this region. This is important issue because of the fact of that democratization, Europeanization, and media freedoms are very in a very interdependence with each other. So, as you saw, my presentation is based on 2 main points, and this is the summit for the Western Balkans and the European enlargement. And the second one is the public discourse and the media discourse. So China, being as the second largest economy in the world, at first glance seems to have mainly commercial interest to the Balkan countries and their market. But since these countries represent a rather small market for China, Balkan serves as a gate of entry into EU. However, China in the recent years has presented a clear political agenda to the region without separating it from the commercial one. And also, as Fukuyama said, related to Balkans, I quote, China's motive is not only related to the economic aspects, but is also guided by the strategic goals and foreign policy. China actually sees Western Balkan, which is not yet part of EU, as a weak link, whether neither to EU has a concrete vision of enlargement, nor the Balkan countries have a time plan when they can be part of it. Since the full democratization of the Balkan has not yet happened, where democracies are minimalist, China tries to offer a non-European authoritarian models. And we will see some examples of it. Those it has used cooperation agreements with main parties and governments in power, like in case of Serbia, Montenegro, or Republic of North Macedonia and Albania. It is interesting to see that those mentioned inter-parties collaborations had led to interstate one. So here are two graphs that represent China's investment in Southeastern Europe from 2013 to 2019. And these are in billions. So we have Serbia with 9.66 billion investments from China from 2013 to 2019. And the other graph represents the graph from China's investment in Central European and Southeast European countries. And as you see, it is around 52% of the investments are done in Serbia, compared to rather small numbers of the neighboring countries. Here on the top, you can see a billboard that was all over Serbia back in 2019 saying, "Thank you, brother C." As I mentioned, China was trying to kind of introduce to these rather non-liberal countries of Western Balkans the authoritarian models. So we have here an article from RTS, is the public broadcaster in Serbia, saying that Chinese police are patrolling with the Serb police. So rather to see that models that are to compare or to give them a secure feeling. In the past 20 years, China has not opposed the expansion of European Union and members of NATO. But in the last 2 years, there has been open Chinese official position where China has tried to compete with EU in Western Balkan as much as possible. Because of a big difference in development between European countries and Balkans and weak governments in the region, and in this context is trying to promote an authoritarian political model against the fragile liberal democracy in Balkans. And here you can find some other examples. In the first one, right here, let me see. Okay. So it's saying the Chinese system of emergency rooms in Serbia, a donation which is not even to be paid for. And the other one is Chinese company is trying to improve the image through sports. This was about a company that was trying to invest in mining in southern part of Serbia. And they kind of started to, I think, to air pollute the country or that part. And like the citizens of that part, they were kind of angry. And so the Chinese government invested in one of the sports teams of this part of Serbia. And as I mentioned, the differences in development that we can figure out here between EU and China. As you see, we have the Silk Road on the red and the Maritime Silk Road Initiative on the blue. And you can see how fast this first one, the red one, goes, and like much longer and slower one, the blue one. And let me try to show you some media discourse that promote soft power and penetrate in the region. One of the radio broadcasters that is part of radio stations in Albania is also financed by the Chinese government. It's called EANE, Come Together. The first example I can recall, it's also from the COVID time. We all know that the COVID-19 was spread from Wuhan, but some of the Balkan media tended to report that this virus originated from various laboratories. China also uses social network to spread its influence in the masses. And we saw that growing influence during COVID-19 when the TikTok was actually promoted. And I think that around 60% of the young people from 16 to 18, of age of 16 and 18 in Kosovo used TikTok and became very famous. Here you can see the ports that Republic of China is using in EU, and one of them is also here in Greece, I think in Athens, if I'm not wrong. And yet, I mean, we said that it uses soft power as well. So China used Confucius institutes to show philosophical depth in time and space, but also used public relation for economic cooperation. So this is an article saying that China is doing a modernization, a qualitative modernization. Also, Chinese government tried to actually abandon text that was not pleasing Beijing. So most of the social media that actually published stories or videos that were not in alliance with what the government were willing, it was abandoned. Yeah, this is one of the Confucius Institute website in Elbasan in Albania. Okay. So Hungary actually agrees to open Chinese university campus in Budapest in 2024. I mean, how far away that process is right now, to be frank to you, I'm not very informed, but that was the state of the last year. And of course, there is also an influence in the film industry. These are the Hollywood movies that were produced in the last year. This is The Wolf Warrior 2, A Wandering Earth, and the last one, I cannot recall the name. I think it is in Chinese. You guys, you can help me. And all these platforms that China uses are the main goals of influence of the hearts and minds of the people, not only in Balkans, but even globally, as we see, because nowadays Hollywood is everywhere, by creating a sympathy for China. To conclude my presentation, this is only a framework for further research, and the reason why I'm focused in that has to do with the spread of populism in Balkans and with the weakening and of foundation of democracy. And if the EU will continue the status quo policy instead of enlargement towards Balkans, together with the growing influence of the third-party actors in EU, we must to establish of electoral autocracy instead of a genuine democracy. So the reason why this topic is very important, it is to be researched. Thank you for your attention.
Great. We had very good time control. So any questions?
Okay.
I have a question from Ramzi.
Yeah.
It has to do with a new concept that they're trying to promote right now in the political discussion about states enlargement regarding Western Balkans. And I would like to discuss on the media and public opinion in Kosovo or other Western Balkan countries and how it is perceived by people. Yeah. It's much easier. Last for a long time. Actually, Kosovo remains still one of the most isolated countries from these 6 countries in Western Balkans. We still don't have a visa liberalization. It was said from the European Union that we're going to get that by January 2024, but we hope to that European Union will still stick to that and will not disappoint us again with some extra standards in order. So for the EU enlargement, I don't think that we have still some other duties to actually. I mean, the dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia is still at a very tricky point. None of the reached agreements has been implemented yet by the Serbian government. So in the last months, there were some tension in the northern part of Kosovo. So I don't think that in case of enlargement, I think the only solution for these 6 countries is to get within the package and become part of EU in that package. But otherwise, if they just try to bring up like new requirements, standards to these 6 countries that are really a half of an island, now, I don't think that we can come to an very important to be said here that we have a population of 1.8 million inhabitants, which is probably a suburb of Montreal. Like a street in China. But I mean, we have around 60% of the population in Kosovo is between age of 25 to 45. So we have a rather very young population and very energetic, very European oriented. I think we are one of the countries that is really European oriented. If you still will make a survey in Kosovo, I think that there are people were still vote for becoming a member of EU. I hope I have answered your question. I mean, maybe just to not get you confused, why I gave this introduction of the European enlargement process and everything, and why is that relating to the issue we are analyzing is because of the importance that China has as of the second largest economies in the world, and also as a non-European actor in this part of the world.
Any other questions? Oh, Yuri.
I can. Thanks. Very nice Chinese panel. So I have a question for Xiao. It's for all papers, right? Yeah. So a question for all students, for Xiao Han. One is a stupid question, which betrays my age. I still don't really know how it works. So people have this on their timeline all the time also to hear this bell or to. So could you tell a little bit about how people use it? Because I still don't really, I still don't get it. And my second thing is because in the end you talked about de-westernizing, but is there something, and there doesn't have to be anything Chinese about it for me. But does Twitter has the same? Is there a Dutch clock?
Yeah.
So that's my question for you. How do you mean? And the question, I find it super interesting, and this sort of camouflaging of language. There's a long tradition, right? From the work of Robin Young is a lot about that. But of course now the control increases. So could you make a comparison like 10 years ago and now? Do you think that the tactics of camouflaging and of resistance have become actually more profound? Or is it actually quite similar to what we saw like the grass myrtle or the Cao Nima, all the kind of stuff? And for Lazy,
yes.
So this Father C is amazing. So that would unthinkable in Northern Europe that they would thank Father C. So could you say a little bit about the popularity of Xi Jinping indeed?
Once again, sorry, I didn't.
The poster of thanks to Xi Jinping.
Fala Bracha Si.
Yeah. So
yeah. Thank you, Brother C.
Say in Holland or in the UK. So could you explain a little bit how deep that popularity is actually?
Okay, but would you like to hear the first two questions?
Okay. Okay. For Yaron's question, yes, I will explain it a bit more. Yes, to the equivalent, the first time bots for the time bell ringing is from Twitter. It's called Big Bang. It's an automatic account that automatically produces the boom every hour, and it automatically posted the time symbols 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days. Never stop it because behind it is the computational programs. So to the equivalent on China social media, we have the similar like copycat, and one of the first case Beotao of Xi'an I mentioned is one of the most popular one. I don't know. We are very curious about why this simple, boring bot account just sent out time signals. It's nothing. It's just a machine. Why it attracts so many users to follow? And in the time of our writing, it already attracted millions of followers. And those users usually comment on the bot account about their daily life and check in what they have done today. And it seems they use the bots as their ear hole, or the bots are used as ciphers to listen to the users' inner heart. Maybe because China now is the very fast changing world. The young people are under pressure. They feel lonely. They need a space to speak up their voices. And the bot is a very safe, secured place for them to speak out their secrets, to show their daily lives. And based on my interviews, the online interviews with them, they just need these bots to listen to their stories. That's it. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For me, I think I can answer the differences between what I said, BL vernacular, and the encrypted language Chinese used 10 years ago, such as Caonima, in two aspects. The first one is that when we talk about like Caonima, it's like it can be a comparison to the algo speak that are popular on TikTok right now, such as they can't say lesbian, so they change the eyes to the dollars code. But people in this community or people outside the community can understand what LE dollars bin is, that it stands for lesbian. But the people who are not in the BL vernacular community, they can't understand what they use, what they are talking about. Because although they are using the same or similar coded ways, but they don't have a common coded answers. They just repeat to use it. For example, moderate, they say, the root is moderate, so can be made the li qi or mo de li qi. But there is not a sustainable answers for this coded. So they can repeat to change different words, begin with MDRK. So when the paragraphs were all of these coded languages, when they are put together and the algorithm cannot recognize them, and also the outsider cannot recognize them, because Caonima is used to pass the censorship from the platform, so they can curse people and without being censored or deleted. But the people right now, they have to pass the censorship from both the platform and also the outsider, so they cannot be reported from other users. That's the first aspect. And the second aspect is that when we use Caonima or other curse language, that this language many of them are misogynist or misogynous and used by males. But BL vernacular are created by female and used by queer people. So many of them will use the traditional male curse and transfer them into a satirical way to describe the males. So there can be a queer fantasy and the satirical effects between them. And they don't use these words to describe the pornographic content, but to laugh at it. So they can make a outside affection between from the language they use. Yeah, that's what I can think of right now. But maybe there are more reasons. I hope to think it later. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe just to add to this that social media are becoming a platform that it's a platform of distribution of hate speech. By coding the words. People are becoming very professional in like writing with just like 2 or 3 letters and trying to say something offensive to anyone they want. We don't have any regulations that deal with social media or online media. So since we do have an independent media regulator for broadcasters and the press council, I think this has been the only platform where people can spread hate. And this is the way how they do spreading hate speech in Kosovo as well, through social media. And coming back to your question, I think Dejan came and he can answer that or maybe add to what I'm saying. So this was a poster all over Serbia saying, "Thank you, brother C." And your question was how was this campaign done? I mean, maybe Dejan can tell us more about, because I have followed that only through the media platforms. And I think historically, China has a very good relation to Serbia, and this is from the time of former Yugoslavia. And that's why even this cooperation, as I said, from this interties of party relations, like political parties having cooperation with political party in China, become interstate relation. This is also the case in Albania, for example. During the communist time, Albania was very much related to China, and this friendship still remains one of the best and biggest ones. So even their influence now within the digital age is more into these countries than the others. For example, we don't have any ties, or let me say any support from China, because that we were actually part of Serbia until the last war, when we got independent. Dejan, would you like to add to this?
Okay, I can. Yes, and yes, my colleague told that the C is president of China, and but I'm not told that in this situation the Serbia is now.
Okay.
Actually, I would like to thank all of you for being part of this event, for your contribution in very lively discussions. And I would say that the first aim and the first major step, not for the humankind, not for the humanity, but for the community, has been achieved. It is an initiative that I would mention it again. I would like to thank everyone that contributed, and especially Professor Singh and Irfan, as well as the moderators as well that contributed a lot, the speakers, the whole editorial team of Global Media in China as well for supporting this event. As you know, this event actually opens up the space for the Thessaloniki International Media Summer Academy, and in order to open it as it should be at 8:45, let's meet at the reception at Kamsis in order to have a dinner all together, a banquet offered from China actually journal. I would like to thank you all. We did it, we lasted despite the heat, despite the challenges in some rooms. Ioana was there, and a big applause to Leonidas as well, to Anna, to because you know, this works, this is how it should be done. Thank you. Let's go back now to have some rest. Thank you.